A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. While her father was being married, Sylvia Allison took the train for the South, home to her sister Leah. There wasn't much joy in the departure because Leah's ill, but there was much promise for Sylvia's future. Sylvia's father doesn't know that she left. He doesn't know about Leah. And back at the Goldbergs' house, Sammy and Rosie hear the phone ring.
Can't you answer it? I'm changing my dress. Will you please answer it? All right.
Hello?
Hello, Pamela?
Yes, Ma.
Well, the wedding's over, Sammy. It's done.
Oh, that's good.
I'll be home in a few minutes, Pamela. I'm not waiting for everybody. I'm coming home momentarily. Pamela, tell Sylvia gently that the wedding is over and that I'm coming home.
Well, you won't have to tell Sylvia anything.
What's that? Answer me, Pamela. What did you say, Pamela? Sylvia what?
Sylvia left. She's on her way home.
Pamela, speak slowly. I don't understand you. What do you mean?
Well, Dr. Cater put her on the train and sent her home.
Dr. Taylor put on the... And she left?
Yes.
Oh. Pamela, hello?
Hello?
You hear me?
Yes, Ma.
Did you say goodbye to her?
Yes.
I'll be right home. What will I tell Mr. Allison?
Well...
I'll be right there. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, they're married.
Are they coming right back to you?
Yes.
And you told Mama that Sylvia left?
You heard me tell her.
Well, was she excited? And did you say that she was going to tell Mr. Allison right away?
Stop asking questions, Rosie, please.
I don't see why you have to be so nervous. You weren't married. Thank goodness.
All right, stop talking for 5 minutes, please.
You can be awfully mean.
Oh, stop fussing, Rosie. Mom will fix everything when she gets back.
I can put some hot coffee up. I certainly want a hot cup of coffee when they get back. And that won't be much of a wedding breakfast.
Wedding breakfast? It's 5 o'clock. Why is that a wedding breakfast?
Well, whatever it is, they'll want some coffee. Sammy.
Yes?
Are you glad that Sylvia's gone?
In a way.
I hope so. How did Dr. Cater say?
Nothing. Only that he put her on the train and sent her home.
Do you think that you'll ever see her again, Sammy?
How can you tell? Maybe.
Would you ever want to?
No.
Because she hurt you so much?
No, that isn't the reason. I hurt her, too. Don't forget that.
Now then, why wouldn't you want to see her?
For many reasons. You put the coffee up?
I will. What reason, Sammy?
I tell you, Rosie, you won't understand.
I will, Sammy. Tell it to me so that I will understand.
Well, I don't want to see Sylvia anymore because I'm a coward.
You're not, Sammy.
In this I am.
How, Sammy?
Because seeing Sylvia makes me feel that somehow I pretended to be more than I was. And I know it and she knows it. I wanted to marry her. That meant I was grown up. But I wasn't grown up. I was a kid way out of his class putting on an act. And it didn't go across. Mama knew it, even if Papa didn't. Well, if I'd been half the things I thought I was, all that happened would have been avoided.
But, Sammy...
No, it's the truth. I was like a 4-year-old kid running off to become president. Now I'm in the nursery, where I belong.
Sammy, do you think that Sylvia will ever see Dr. Cater again?
Maybe.
Do you think he loved her?
No.
You think she loved him?
She thought she did. She'll continue to think so until she meets someone else in the meantime. She'll be good to Leah and Leah's children.
Do you really think so, Sammy? Mama, darling?
Hold on there.
But tell me, how? What? And then how? and when? I put up some coffee, Ma. That's good. Thank you very much. Bring me my napkin. Tell me, how did it transpire?
Well, Dr. Cater told her that this was her last chance to become someone decent in the world.
Yeah?
You know the way Dr. Cater can talk. You know, he understood Sylvia. So
but I mean...
She wanted something to devote herself to, and here was the chance. Besides, I've got the feeling that Dr. Cater asked her to do it for him.
Oh. Dr. Cater, oh. Because Sylvia left him. So he said she should go home for him. But I mean, without saying goodbye to anybody. Jay?
Yes. Why did you run away, Molly? I thought you were going to tell Ellison about Leah being sick right after the ceremony. That's what you said.
All right, Jay, that's what I said, and now it's also after the ceremony, and then I will.
Does Sylvia know the wedding is over?
She knows.
Where is she?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'll be right down. Jake, can I see you a minute, please?
Yes, sure.
Sit down, Mrs. Allison. I always want to say Miss Miller. Mrs. Allison. Rosalie, you'll see to the coffee.
Yeah,
All right, Mom.
I'll help you, Rosie.
That's right. Help Rosie. Well?
Where's Sylvia, Mrs. Goldberg? I want to see if I can speak to her.
No, you can't speak to her about it. Sylvia went home.
She couldn't bear to see her father happy.
That wasn't the reason. There's another reason.
What reason?
Well, you have to know, so I have to tell you. Leah's sick.
Leah?
Yes, I knew it yesterday, but I wanted to wait till after the ceremony, till after you were married, because there was nothing that could be done anyway. It was Dr. Cater that made Sylvia go home. For Leah's sake and for your sake also. And now, Esther, it's you. It's you that stands now at the head of the family. You go back there now as Mrs. Allison, with all the responsibility of someone who knows exactly what the family is and what the people are. And it's not like, I mean, you were 20 and Mr. Allison was the same. You're a woman. You're a mature woman. And you have to begin, not at the beginning, but at the end. You have to be, how shall I say it? You have to be a mother. You have to be like a magnet that draws the family into one. Esther, I want you to tell me something.
Esther, Sylvia's gone home. But let me speak to Dr. Cater. Let me know what train she left on. I'll call Ed or Leah. Let Leah meet her.
She'll be all right, Albert.
Allison, Mrs. Goldberg has...
Yes, I'll fix some coffee so Mr. and Mrs. Allison can have some coffee, and I want you to help me.
Molly,
it's all right, Mr. Goldberg.
I want you to help me.
I'll tell Albert.
What's the secret, Esther?
Albert, I just found out, and I'm glad we're married because now I'll be with you. We'll be together, Albert. Things won't be so difficult now.
What are you trying to say, Esther? What happened? What am I going home to?
What are we going home to, Albert? You see, that's what I mean. You and I. And Sylvia, too, I hope.
What is it, Esther?
Albert, Leah is sick.
Sick?
Yes, but it's not hopeless, Albert.
Well,
no, we can help, Albert. Doctors can help.
Leah?
We'll stop off in New York. We'll see a specialist.
Get me Ed.
Now, Albert.
Get me Ed.
What Sylvia will find for herself in the South is far beyond Allison's thoughts now. And his marriage is beginning the way Molly thought it would. Perturbed, distraught, sad. But with someone by his side, not alone.
Arch Oboler's Lights Out, Everybody. Arch Oboler, bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again, we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. Listen to me now, a few light years and generations ago, as I introduce to a very patient lights-out audience my peculiar play, Special to Hollywood. Most of you have heard of the new-style Hollywood premiere where airplanes full of Hollywood celebrities fly to some town for the first showing of their new picture. The stars in the movie are displayed in a furious burst of glory, and then they rush back to Hollywood again to start their next super epic. Well, tonight let's tell you about the road back from one of these premiere excursions. In this particular case, a most unusual road.
The scene? A transport airplane moving through the sky at high speed. A very pompous-looking individual stands talking to the pilot.
Now, look here, pilot. Can't you make this thing go faster?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Take those infernal earphones or whatever they are off your head and listen to me. I said, can't you make this thing go faster?
150 miles an hour isn't exactly walking, mister.
Now, don't get impertinent. I chartered this special plane for speed, you understand? Speed, not to just go dawdling along through air.
I'll tell him about it when he comes in.
Now, look here. Do you realize who you're talking to?
Look here, mister. I'll be the first to admit you're a big shot, but when you're bucking a 50-mile wind and still making 150 miles an hour, believe me, that's pretty good.
Why, you...
Now, why don't you go back in the cabin and sit down and enjoy yourself like a good fella?
Now, look here. You can't tell me what to do. You can't...
Mark, come here. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Coming, darling, coming.
Well, for Pete's sake, Mark, where have you been? Do I have to spit along every time I want to talk to you?
All right, darling, all right. I'm here.
Tell him to hurry up?
Yes, everything's taken care of.
Yeah, that's what you say.
MC-19 calling Glendale. MC-19 calling Glendale.
Well,
Hello, Joe. How is it?
I don't know why I went on this trip anyway.
Yeah?
Well, good publicity.
Well, the farmers like it.
I can sit in my own backyard and get all the publicity.
Oh, yeah, everything's normal here. Listen.
Don't loan a darling me. Just tell me, where can I get a drink? Well, what are you good for anyway?
Now,
yeah.
Look here, if
no,
not for
that's
me, where
only
would
two
you
of
be?
them.
Yeah, you
and
tell
the third
me.
guy
Well,
starts
everybody
saying,
in Hollywood knows.
Everybody? Who's everybody?
Okay, tell them to get the studio brass band ready. We'll be setting down in a couple hours. Okay. MC-19 signing off.
You heard what I said. How many times do I have to say it? You heard me the first time. If not for me being in it, that picture would stink so loud, the only way anyone could go see it would be with one of those gas things on their face.
Oh, but darling, be reasonable. Any picture that nets $300,000 the first week...
Because I'm in it, that's why. Because I am in it. Isn't that right, Bob?
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, for Pete's sake, take your nose out of that racing form and listen to me, will you?
Oh, listen yourself, beautiful. I'm busy.
Mark, you tell me, how long do I have to put up with this lily imitation of a louse?
Now, Lona, darling...
it's all right, Mark. It's all right. I can take it. $1,000 a week.
Mark, are you going to let him talk to me like that?
Well, he hasn't said anything.
He's reading my mind.
Why, you two-bit little four-flusher, let me tell you...
What do you mean, four-flusher? Why, if not for me shoving your name in every newspaper in the country, you'd be back in that laundry.
Mark, did you hear that?
Now, Bob, watch yourself. After
you
all...
keep out of this.
Fire him, Mark.
Yeah, sure, fire me. Go on. So I'll go to work for Warner's
Fire
tomorrow.
him, Mark.
Yeah, fire me. Then I'll have some decent pictures to go to town.
Throw him out.
Baby turkey.
Now, Bob, don't go too far. After all...
Did you hear him? My picture's turkey. $300,000 the first week.
Why? Ask me why. Exploitation, that's it. Why, without my publicity, you wouldn't be back in that laundry. You'd be in it.
Why, you little squirt, you! I'll scratch your eyes out.
You lay a hand on me and I'll slap you down to hell.
Mark, do something.
Huh? Oh, you're fired. You hear me, Bob? Fired.
Why, you big bag of wind. Who do you think you're fired?
Mark, throw him out.
Why, I'll go to JB tomorrow. I'll have him cut your heart out.
Fired, I tell you.
Out on
You're
your
not
ears.
a producer.
What?
You're a fugitive from that laundry that she used to work.
Blacklist him, Mark. Have him blacklisted. You can do it.
Metro Bandit Wanger. I can walk into a dozen jobs tomorrow morning.
I'll run you out of Hollywood.
You'll starve to death and I'll kick you in the face.
Yes.
You won't get another job in Hollywood if I have
No,
to.
that crazy pilot.
What's he doing?
Well, tell him to stop.
Crazy fool climbing like that?
Well, don't just stand there. Go on, give him the devil.
Well, all right, I'm going. All right. Hey, you, pilot, you crazy?
All right, mister. I decline. Storm ahead.
Well, who cares about the storm? You get us home, do you understand?
Okay, you're paying for it. Here. Message for you. Came over the radio.
Oh, all right. Hand it over.
What is it, Mark, for me?
No, me. Yeah, me.
What's up, huh?
Mark, what's the matter with you? Mouth open like a fish. Read it.
It, says that John Webster killed himself.
Say.
You're kidding.
No, see for yourself.
John Webster, young novelist, committed suicide 1 p.m.
I never thought he'd do it.
I didn't either. Killing himself just because we changed...
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you laughing?
Sure, why not?
Now, Lorna, darling, after all...
After all what? 2 wise guys, and neither one of you's got as many brains as the left side of my Pekingese.
What? Okay, let's have it.
You, the great Mr. Crane, the publicity wonder
Cut
boy.
the needles, will you, and let's have it.
Yes, Lorna, what are you getting at?
So he's dead. So instead of looking down your noses, you two ought to be standing on your heads.
What? Oh, she's not.
Oh, am I? The picture getting national release this week, and the sap who writes the words blows his brains out, and I'm supposed to cry, huh?
Say, I get it.
Call out the Marines.
Lorna, you mean that now he can't bother us with an injunction?
Well, who's thinking about injunctions? He couldn't stop the picture anyway. You said yourself he signed away all the rights.
Then why...
Oh, Bob, you tell him.
Oh, it's terrific. Mark, don't you get it?
Huh?
So we had the premiere in Chicago. So all right, it's done.
Don't you start in that again.
Okay. It wasn't your fault. The director was no good. The film was no good. The cutters got the story loused up. The critics all had bellyaches. What's the difference? What the reason was? The picture was a flopperoo. It laid eggs all the way up and down State Street.
Get to the point.
I passed it already. Huh? Don't you get it, Mark? The author of the novel we made the film out of blows his top. Why? Ask me why.
I don't have to ask you. The kid told me yesterday right in the hotel. Ruined his life work, he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. But that won't be what I'll say.
Huh? Well, who did you...
Oh, for Pete's sake, Mark, shut your mouth and listen to the guy. For the first time in a year, he's got a good idea. My idea.
That's what you think. Now, listen, Mark. With this angle, we can turn the picture into a gold mine.
Well, say it.
I'll say it. The reason that crazy kid killed himself was because the picture was so terrific. He was done. Finished.
Yeah, his life work comes to life on the silver screen, so the boy genius bows out. Don't you get it?
But that isn't true.
Oh, for the love
I mean, who'll believe you? It's crazy.
Will you listen to the guy, Loma? Crazy.
Sure, crazy. A story like that, no newspaper will believe it.
Oh, won't they? How about if you have a letter the kid wrote you just before he, did it?
That's all right.
Uh-huh.
But he didn't write me any such letter.
Oh, Lorna, you tell him.
Look, Mark, what are you trying to do? Give an imitation of Dopey?
Huh?
Did the savvy kid have to write a letter? Aren't there plenty of guys you got at the studio who write you a letter like that for $10?
Yeah, and give you change for $5.
Aren't there?
Oh, he's right. Why, the kid's bumping himself off so natural.
And who thought of it first? You tell me.
Storm, what kind of screwy pilot we got?
Oh, Mark, don't just stand there. Do something.
Huh? Oh, all right. I'll talk to you.
Bob, so dark. The light.
Well, I can't find the switch. Oh, there.
Mark, tell him to get us out of this.
Gee, is it dark out there?
You two fatheads. I told you I didn't want to go to Chicago. Mark, tell him to get us out of this storm. Mark, can you hear me? Mark!
I'll go.
No, don't leave me.
Listen, we're climbing.
Climbing? So what does that mean?
He's taking us up above the storm.
Oh, why doesn't he hurry? I hate thunder. Mark!
All right, darling, it's all right.
Oh, what's all right? What?
He's getting us up over the top of the storm.
Yeah, like I told you.
Oh, what did the buzzard get us into this for in the first place? Mark, if you don't get him fired out...
There we are, in the light again.
Will you look at those clouds down there?
So who cares? Oh, what I'd give for a scotch.
We'll be home soon.
You can't even see the ground. It's like a carpet from here.
Will you shut up? Who cares about clouds?
Listen, Toots and Fritz, who's talking to you?
Mark, did you hear what he said?
No, don't start again, the two of you. I've had all I can stand these 3 days.
You've had? Will you listen to the guy? Who was pulled and pushed around from everyone from the Cicero Fan Club #1 to those flop-eared exhibitors to those lousy reporters?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What's the matter?
I got an idea. Now, listen. That screwy author. When we land, I'll have a wire set. We'll have the body sent to the coast and bury him at the studio's expense.
Huh?
Yeah, sort of a state funeral for the author of Lorna Douglas's greatest vehicle.
That's all right.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they won't...
Who won't? The kid didn't have anybody, so we'll do the honors, see? Special car all across the country. Make every news service in the world.
Oh, I don't know. Morbid. You know, morbid. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You don't know. The first good idea this Lily's had.
Now, wait a minute.
And you start getting artistic or something. Now, let me tell you. Hey, what's the matter with you? Hey, Mark, I'm talking to you.
Listen.
Huh?
What?
Bob, you...
What's the matter with you two?
Engines.
Huh?
The engine, it stopped.
So what? We're landing. What's the matter with you two saps? Shut off the engine because we're landing.
No.
Pilot, what's the matter? Pilot, what's happened?
I don't know. I don't.
What is it? What's happened?
What is this? Mark, what did he chase off for? What's the matter?
No.
We are landing, aren't we?
Are we landing or aren't we?
What did he get so excited about?
The engine stopped.
Hey, will you stop saying that? So what?
We're not due in for an hour yet.
Something's wrong. Pilot, what's the matter?
Lorna, wait! Lorna!
What's the big idea? Well, what kind of a pilot are you?
No, let me talk to you. Listen, you what's the matter? Shut up!
We're not landing, see? We're not landing.
But the engine...
Yeah, they stopped. We must be landing.
Of course we
have
must
to
be
be
landing. What are you
landing.
trying to
Shut
tell us?
Up, blast you! Shut up!
You can't talk to her that way.
Stop here.
Yeah, who do you think you're talking
Fools,
to?
will you shut up? Now, look. Look, I tell you.
What?
The indicator, airspeed indicator.
Huh?
We're not falling.
Mark, what's he saying?
Listen, I'm telling you, we're not falling. Engine's dead and we're not falling. You fools, what are you looking at me like that for? Don't you understand? We're hanging. Just hanging in the air.
Hanging. Air.
You dirty-faced buzzard. What are you trying to pull? What are you trying to pull?
Well, dead. Just hanging in air.
Hanging. Air.
Listen, the three of them. I've been around. They pulled all kinds of fancy tricks on me. Well, if this is a gag, I don't like it. Do you hear me? I don't like it. Now get me down out of here. Bob. He's passed out.
Come on. Back in the cabin. Better sit down. Mr. Markham, you too.
Bob,
He'll be all right. Come on.
Hanging. In air.
This is a gag, isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? We're moving. Oh, we've got to be moving. Oh, blast you, Tom!
Lady, my arm. Cut it out, will you?
Well, then tell me what's happening. What? Bob passed out, Mark looking like his mouth. You've got to talk. You've got to tell me. We are moving, aren't we?
No.
You liar. You dirty liar. We are. We are.
Stop it. Look. Down there.
You dirty liar trying to scare me.
Look. See on the clouds down there? Our shadows standing still. We're not moving. Get that through your head. We're hanging in space, I tell you.
I'm all right. Just leave me alone.
Hit your head.
Leave me alone, I tell you. What are you all sitting around looking at me for? I passed out, all right. You're all just as scared as I am. You know what you are. You, Mark, you're scared. Your face green. Answer me, you're scared, aren't you? Hanging in air. There, you see, he's off his nut. You, Lorna, you're scared too, aren't you?
Why don't you shut up?
Pilot, you're scared green too, aren't you? Let me alone, you. Answer me, you.
Maybe I'd better shut you up.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
All right, Bob. All right.
Oh, I don't want...
All right now. All right. Don't talk. Bury your head. Yeah, that's right. Pilot. Sam.
Yeah?
What time is it?
5.
The radio?
What's the use? Tried it 100 times. Dead as a
We're going to be. Don't listen to what you're talking about, Bob. Just try not to think. Sam.
Yeah?
How long have we been?
An hour.
Only that?
Seems like a million. Watch says only an hour.
Mark, listen. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Hanging in air.
I wish I was like he is.
Yeah.
So scared, can't see or hear or think. Look. He's gone to sleep. Bob.
Yeah.
Wore himself out crying. Funny, huh?
Nothing's funny.
Guess not. But I got funny thoughts in my head.
What?
A minute ago, I was thinking about when I was a kid. You want to hear about when I was a kid?
Why not?
Bob here and all the rest of the publicity guys have written so much junk about me being the only daughter of, poor but respectable small-town people. I almost got to thinking it was true. Yeah, would you believe it? I paid some wise guy over on Sunset Boulevard $1,000 for a coat of arms of the family to hang up in the hall. One of those fancy shields with lions crawling all over it and things. Should have had a couple of beer bottles on it instead of lions. Yeah. You want to know my real name? What's the difference? Beer bottles, yeah. Beer bottles and the smell of the laundry coming up the air shaft and a lot of dirt. That's what I remember from when I was a kid. Sam?
Yeah?
I just wanted to hear you talk. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was thinking something funny about when I was a kid. When it was hot at night, I used to lie on my back on the roof. Look at the clouds and make off I was just sort of hanging in the air. Honest, Sam, I'd want that. Funny now.
Gravity.
What?
Did I say something?
You said gravity. Why?
I was thinking.
What?
Gravity's pulling us down.
Well?
I was thinking of what's pulling us up.
There aren't any answers.
No?
No. No answers. When I was that kid, I found answers. Yeah, how to get along. How to get out of the smell and dirt. Real answers. They took me a long way. $5,000 a week, 5-year contract, no options. I did all right with my answers. Here's one answer I haven't got. Because there isn't any answer.
Maybe there is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You listen to me. Supposing I listen to you.
I don't know how to talk.
Oh, you just go ahead.
For a whole hour, I've been trying to figure things out.
So?
There isn't any real answer. I mean, that adds up like a column of figures on a slide rule when you're trying to figure out the stress on a wing. Nothing like that, but kind of screwy ideas come to me. Why talk about it?
Go on.
I'm just a bozo. Ever since I've been able to stand on my own feet, everything's got to be able to add up or it just doesn't mean anything to me. But when I was a kid...
Well,
when I was a kid, I really had like you said, the poor but respectable parents. You know, the kind they believed in somebody up there and somebody down below and good and evil and all the rest of it. Funny, you thinking about when you were a kid, me thinking the same thing.
you said you had the answers.
Yeah, it's like this. I heard the three of you talking all the way from the coast to Chicago and now back again. Talking about nothing but yourselves. Each one of you. Nothing meaning anything but yourselves. We weren't like this up here. I know I wouldn't be able to say this, but... Well, why not say it? You making more money in a week than the average guy with a family sweats out his insides for in a year. But instead of the money making you understand anything, it's made you understand less than a blind kid walking in the dark. Everything's for you. The world's just a big movie screen. Everybody in it just there to sit up and look at you. Yeah. I heard. Somebody wrote a book. You bought it, made a picture out of it. Maybe it was an honest book, but you didn't buy it to be honest. You bought it to make dough. So the kid blew his brains out. Even dead, he couldn't get away from you. Yeah. You were going to use his dead body to make you more money. Yeah, dead or alive, nothing means anything to you. There's no world, it's your screwy world. Everybody all over the world can crawl on the ground, hiding from bombs, can be starved and watch their kids starve and die on barbed wire, fighting for something they don't know much about, and drown in the sea, and it don't mean anything to you. None of it. As long as each of you can hold on to what you've got. Yeah. The three of you acting as if you weren't made of the same flesh and blood as the rest of us. As if making a lot of money and seeing your name in the paper a lot and getting a lot of applause took you right off the earth. Maybe something or somebody decided you weren't fit for the earth. Maybe. You crying?
No.
You asked me. I told you.
I was in a picture once. The girl got in a jam. She didn't know how to pray, but she started to pray. Well, that was in the picture. This is real, isn't it?
Yeah.
If anybody told me a couple of hours ago that all this... Mark sitting there out of his head, Bob. Me sitting here listening to the kind of thing you...
You asked me, I told you.
You told me. It was a lousy trick. About that kid who died. I'm sorry about that. Even thinking about it. I'm sorry.
The engine.
We started again.
We're in a dive. I gotta get it.
Mark, Bob. We're moving again. Mark.
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Oh, Mark, Bob, wake up. Snap out of it. You hear? Everything's all right.
Sure, it's settled. I know my publicity. A thing like this isn't good. It's bad.
I'm not arguing with you. All right.
Spread a screwy thing like this, and every reporter in the country be holding his nose. It's too screwy, that's all.
For heaven's sake, will you stop talking about it? For the last hour, my head's starting to go around. It's forgotten. Finished. So whatever it was, we'll forget.
On the way. That pilot, you talk to him?
Sure. He won't talk. He wants to eat, don't he? So he won't talk.
Got everything fixed, huh?
Well, prima donna's talking again. Huh?
Now, Lona, you understand. Nobody's going to know about this. Like Bob says, crazy publicity is bad publicity, and this all was crazy, wasn't it?
I'll say. Hey, look, we're over the airport.
Good. Drink. Do I need a drink?
Bathtub full. I'm going to swim in it.
A terrible experience, terrible, but all's well that ends well, eh, Lona? A terrible experience, but now finished. Everything's just the same, eh, Lona? Everything's just the same.
I wonder.
MC-19 coming in. MC-19 coming in. Hello, Joe. Yeah, I had a little trouble a while back. Yeah, engine trouble. Yeah. Everything's back to normal now. Yeah. Everybody okay? Everything just the same. I wonder.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment. birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time is a changeling as frisky as a colt and very fond of parlor tricks. Its collaborator in practical skullduggery is the air age, which has reduced the shortest distance between 2 points to an even shorter distance. Yes, time is a practical joker, but so is nature. The old lady has a way of pulling rabbits out of a hat that sometimes makes the very stars in the heavens rock with laughter, and occasionally turns the heart of mortal man to liquid ice.
You sent for me, Mr. Waynard?
Oh, yes, Brophy. Sit down. Cigar?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Waynard.
How long have you been a detective, Sergeant Brophy?
10 years, I guess.
10 years. And another 10 years from now, you'll be a lieutenant. And that's about as far as you'll go.
Well, you can't expect much more in a town this size. It's not a very big place, you know.
It's big enough for a man with ambition. Take me, for instance. I've been prosecuting attorney now for just 6 months. But within the next 6 months, I hope to be mayor.
Well, you've got a good record, Mr. Waynard. 98% of the cases you've tried end up in convictions.
100%, Brophy. So far, I haven't missed. And I don't intend to either. Which brings me to the Lawrence case.
Well, I guess that's one case you'll never get a chance to prosecute, Mr. Waynard.
Why not?
Because we haven't solved it.
But that's ridiculous. A young girl is stabbed to death after being brutally beaten and robbed, and you say it can't be solved. Do you realize how the people in this town feel about that crime?
I know.
They're frightened, worried, fearful for their loved ones. They're waiting for an arrest, Brophy, and a conviction.
Well, what can we do, Mr. Waynard? We haven't got a shred of evidence to work on.
Brophy, Anne Lawrence's murder was one of the most publicized crimes in the county in years. And the man who puts a rope around the neck of her killer will be a hero.
Well, it would be a feather in your cap, I know. I wish I could make the pinch.
Feather in my cap? Why, do you realize it would ensure me the election?
Well, I still say we've got nothing to work on.
Then find something to work on. Dig a little deeper. Bring in a suspect. I guarantee if you bring him in, I'll see him hanged. There'd be no question, Brophy, about my career once that happened.
I guess not.
And no question about yours either. How would you like to be commissioner of police?
We don't have a commissioner now, Mr. Waynard. The chief's our top rank.
The chief is a buttonhead. That's why I'm talking to you. And as far as the office is concerned, I'll create a commissioner of police after I'm elected.
Well, that sounds good, but...
Oh, just a moment. Oh, Waynard speaking. Oh, yes, just a second. One of your men, Brophy.
Thanks. Yeah? Uh-huh. When? And where did you pick him up? Blood on his clothes.
What's up?
We just picked up a tramp near the railway yard. They found blood on his coat.
We'll be over in 15 minutes.
Be right over, Dunnigan.
What a break. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, but this guy may not have had anything to do with the Lawrence case.
That's the kind of negative thinking that gets you nowhere, Brophy. It might be wiser if we both proceeded on the theory that he did.
Well, I tell you, I just got into town, Mr. Waynard.
Where are you from?
Carson City.
Your family there?
I don't have any family.
What are you doing here?
I don't know. I thought maybe I could get a job.
What about those bloodstains on your clothes?
Why do you keep hounding me this way? I'm not a criminal.
Answer Mr. Waynard's question. Where did you get those blood stains?
All right. I'll tell you. I stole a chicken in the next town. I was hungry. I hadn't eaten for days. I stole a chicken and killed it myself. I guess they let me in for a petty larceny charge. But honest, I intended to send the farmer his money as soon as I got back on my feet.
A chicken? You hear that, Brophy? He killed a chicken.
Yeah, I heard.
But it's the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
Can you prove you only just got into town?
Well, no.
How did you get here? Hitchhiking?
I hopped the freight. I rode the route.
Too bad you don't have any witnesses to prove you were somewhere else 2 days ago.
Why?
Because that's when Anne Lawrence was robbed and killed. And I'm holding you for the murder, Claney. My witness said he saw a man running away about 2 blocks from where the body was found.
But it wasn't me, Mr. Wiener.
No? He saw him from behind, about 5'11", brown suit, narrow shoulders.
Well, that could fit almost anybody.
Including you?
No.
Yes. And it fits you, Claney, like a glove. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence speaks for itself. My distinguished opponent, the attorney for the defense, has tried to prove that the evidence was all purely circumstantial. Well, why not? Whoever said a guilty verdict could not be handed down on circumstantial evidence alone, providing it was a strong one. The safety of our wives and daughters may depend upon your verdict. If this man is set free, it will be a green light for every foul and ruthless beast who happens to wander into our jurisdiction. I ask of you, I beg of you, to consider this very carefully and return a verdict of guilty in the first degree. You wanted to see me, Claney?
They're going to hang me, Mr. Wiener.
You asked for it.
They're going to hang me because you're such a brilliant attorney.
Oh, you flatter me.
You know the evidence against me was weak, but you were clever enough to make it appear to be strong.
You had a trial by jury. Are you suggesting that you were framed?
But what did you have against me? Why did you hate me so much you had to do this to me?
If you've got nothing more than that to tell me, Claney, I'm afraid I have to leave. I'm making a train for Chicago in half an hour, and I don't have much time.
I guess you'll be back for my execution.
It won't make any difference to you.
I'd like you to be there, Mr. Wainwright. I'd like to be looking into your eyes when I die, so...
I'll try to give you that satisfaction.
You're a cool one, aren't you? Mark Wainwright, the man who never lost a case. Mark Wainwright, the people's joy.
All right, if it'll make you feel any better, call me names. Go on, swear at me. They all do it sooner or later. I won't hold it against you.
No, I'm not going to call you any names, Mr. Wainwright. But if I had just one wish before I died, it would be this. One day I want you to feel the way I've been feeling. One day I'd like you to know what it means to be an innocent man, hounded, beaten, and accused of being a murderer. When you've been through that, Mr. Wainwright, you'll know what I've been through, and heaven help you.
Brophy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wainwright. Mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Well, what are you doing aboard this train?
I'm going to Newfield. Order a new scaffold.
Oh.
I'll have it in plenty of time for hanging.
You're due for a promotion, Brophy.
Am I?
Yes, you'll be given a lieutenant's rating. Now, talk it over with Mayor Libby. And after the next election, Brophy, you may be in for something even bigger.
Yeah, I'd just as soon not have a promotion, Mr. Wainwright.
Why not?
Well, I don't think I deserve one.
But you're getting it on the strength of the Lawrence case.
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
What are you driving here?
Nothing, Mr. Wainwright. Forget it. Mind if I look at your paper?
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, funny.
What is?
Did you read this about this guy Beach? He's on the front page again.
Oh, they caught him?
No, not yet.
Let's see, he escaped from prison almost a week ago, didn't he?
Yeah, 2 days before they were going to give him the chair. He's just about the most dangerous animal alive right now. He's armed with a gun, and no cop is going to take him without a fight.
Where do they think he was headed for?
Chicago. Police have been alerted all along the line. They've got orders to shoot on sight. Yeah, the cops aren't the only ones who'll kill him on sight. The gangsters are laying for him, too. Yeah, this guy doesn't have a friend in the world. Reminds me a little of Hank Claney.
I don't like the way you seem to sympathize with that killer, Brophy.
Sorry.
He was tried and convicted. Now, let's forget about it, huh?
Sure. Have you seen Beach's picture?
No, let's see.
Yeah.
He's fat, isn't he?
Just his face. Rest of him is built like a whip. He's got your build, Mr. Waynard.
Well, I keep myself in good condition. At least I was in good condition before that trial started. Somehow it took a lot out of me.
I didn't want to say so, but I noticed you've been looking poorly.
Huh?
Yeah, your eyes are kind of puffy, and so's your face.
Really? Oh, here, move over.
Okay.
I want to look in that mirror between the seats. Oh, it's funny. I've noticed it before. The face looks swollen.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, I think I will when I get to Chicago. Can you recommend anyone?
I don't know a soul in that town, Mr. Waynard.
Oh, neither do I.
You're going there to attend a legal convention, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, I could see Dr. Cartwright when I get back home. Yeah, but I won't wait. I'll consult a physician in Chicago.
Well, there's probably nothing to worry about.
No, I guess not, but... Oh, what are you staring at me like that for?
Take another look at this picture of Beach. Here in the paper.
Huh? Well, what about it? What are you talking about, Brophy?
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but with your face all swollen that way, you look just like him.
What is it, Dr. Payne? What's wrong with it? Oh, it's nothing to get excited about, Mr. Waynard. Look at my face. It's puffed up like a balloon. I don't look like myself at all.
It's just an allergy. You're probably allergic to, some food, perhaps.
An allergy? Is that all it is?
Yes, it looks bad, but it's nothing serious. It should disappear in, about a week or 10 days.
Uh-huh.
Where are you living while you're in Chicago, Mr. Waynard?
Oh, I've got a room at the Hotel Standard, but I haven't checked in yet. I left my suitcase across the street from the station and came here directly.
I'm rather worried, naturally. Well, I suggest you consult your own physician when you get home.
Uh-huh.
He may be able to prevent a recurrence.
Yes, well, thanks a lot, Dr. Payne. Will this cover the fee?
Oh, yes. Odd, but you seem to remind me of someone.
Do I?
Yes, someone I've seen very recently.
A friend, Dr. Payne?
No. Wait a minute, I've just remembered. What did I do with that newspaper?
There's a paper on the chair.
Oh, yes, that's the one. There was a picture in here of someone this morning who...
What, Dr. Payne?
Why, it's amazing. This man Beach, the killer they're looking for. I don't mean any offense by this, Mr. Waynard.
Well?
But if I didn't know about your present condition, I'd swear this picture was yours.
Taxi, mister?
Yes, I was waiting for a cab, but I...
Hop in. I'm an independent.
You're...
Quick, hop in. We're holding up traffic.
I'm going to the Hotel Standard.
Know where it is?
No. Do you?
Sure.
Young lady, are you sure you operate a legitimate taxi cab? Where's your meter?
Cut the comedy. You sure got nerve. There's every cop in the country waiting to pot you like a rabbit. You pick on a hot town like Chicago to hole up in.
What are you talking about?
Look, you don't have to put on an act for me. I'm not turning you over to any dick.
Oh, wait a minute. I think you're getting me mixed up with someone else.
All right. Have it your own way. Maybe you don't appreciate what I'm doing. Joey Proctor saw you come out of the station and cross the street to that office building. He called me and I picked you up.
Just who do you think I am?
Either Santa Claus or Charlie Beach. And Santa's got a long white beard, honey.
Beach?
That was quite a break you made. I understand you killed 2 guards on your way out of jail.
Oh, look, I'm not Charlie Beach. I suggest you let me off at the next corner.
What?
You heard me. My name's Waynard, and I happen to be an attorney.
My name's Lady Godiva, only I lost my horse.
Don't be funny and stop this car.
You've been away too long, Charlie. Maybe you don't know the cops have set you up like a pigeon. Every cop in town knows you by sight. And this time they're going to shoot first and ask the questions later.
Let me out of this car, you fool.
Suit yourself. See that cop on the corner?
Yeah? What about it?
If you start walking in his direction, you might change your mind. Well, what are you waiting for, a big shot?
Why? Oh, it's ridiculous. I'll just go up to him and explain, that's all.
Sure, go ahead.
Where's my suitcase?
Hey, you!
He's seen us. Close that door.
He's shooting at us.
Well, Charlie, do you want me to drop you off at the next convenient corner?
No. I'll stay in the car. With you.
Even time moves fast when the bullets are flying, as Mark Waynard is discovering right this minute.
Cigarette, Charlie?
No. And I wish you'd stop calling me Charlie. I tell you, you've got the wrong man.
The cop would have been surprised to hear it.
Look, I have an identification in my wallet. There you are. See? My name's Waynard. There it is on the car.
Where'd you steal the wallet from?
Isn't it possible for me to identify myself? Can't I go into a police precinct and give myself up and then...
He isn't a chump, Charlie. The cops only fall once for a gag like that. Remember the last time some cop challenged you and you started to give yourself up?
The last time?
You let him get within shooting distance. And you blew his head off. Now, that ain't cricket, Charlie. And the dicks are a little peeved. You couldn't get near a cop anymore and live to talk about it.
Well, if that's the spot I'm in, why are you taking such chances?
Because I like you, Charlie. You're a right guy. You see, I got a sort of a personal interest. We got mutual friends.
Have we? What am I going to do?
If you want to leave Chicago, Charlie, you might be able to make it by riding the ruts.
You mean in a freight car?
It's your only chance. I know a spot near the outskirts of the city where the freights make a stop.
Then take me there.
We're on our way, baby. But first, we're going to pay a little visit to one of our mutual friends. After you, Charlie.
Where are we?
The freight stop is just below the hill. We'll walk over this way.
Through this cemetery?
That's where this friend of ours lives.
Look, I've changed my mind. There must be another way. Maybe I can reach that doctor who examined me.
I haven't changed my mind, Charlie.
What are you doing with that gun?
Get moving, mister.
Who are you, anyway?
Keep walking.
What's your name?
Dolly. The last name, Charlie, is Cal.
Cal?
Remember Harry Cal?
No.
You're just getting absent-minded. Well, this is far enough, Charlie. Turn around and look at the stone behind you. You can read, can't you? Harry Cal, it says. Born July 8, 1909. Died March the 12th, 1945. The only thing it doesn't say is how he died.
Are you his wife?
I was, for 3 months. And you decided to make me a widow, Charlie. And now you know why I've been saving you from the cops, baby. I wanted to have the pleasure of killing you myself.
What are you going to do?
Give you a taste of what Harry got. Only you're getting a break. You shot him in the back, Charlie. I'm giving you a chance to see what's coming.
I tell you, I'm not Charlie Beach. I didn't kill your husband. Can't you believe me?
Go on, Crawl. I like to watch it.
Look, do you know what circumstantial evidence is? It's something you can't take for granted. You need more proof. I only look like Beach to you, but I'm someone else. You can't kill me because you mistaken me for someone else.
I made no mistake. So long, Charlie. I might give Harry my love. You stay in there.
It's Beach! Shoot the killer! Don't let Beach get away! He only hit the day!
Hey, you. Wake up.
What?
Come on, snap out of it. You've been sleeping like a stiff for the last 4 hours.
Why, it's the dark, Chief.
What do you expect in a freight car? Chandeliers? What kind of a rap are they after you for?
I haven't done anything.
Don't hand me that. When you climbed aboard this cattle car outside of Chicago, there must have been 20 cops on your tail.
They're after me. I know. It's been that way for days. Hiding in cellars. afraid to show my face. Running like an animal.
You must be plenty hot, sweetheart. A little too hot for me. I'm getting ready, you see. You're leaving this freight car the next time it stops.
No, please. They'll kill me.
That's just too bad, sweetheart, but I ain't taking a rap for you.
No. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe this is the way it's supposed to be.
What are you talking about?
I can't escape it. I'm not too tired to try again.
There. Slow down. Okay, on your feet, sweetheart.
I can't see it. The door.
Okay, mister. When I slide this door back, start running.
There he is! No, don't shoot! I'm not...
Yeah, we got him, Brophy. Mr. Waynard.
Hey, Mr. Waynard. What are you doing here?
Brophy.
Easy now, Mr. Waynard. You're okay.
Brophy. The Lawrence case. Plainly, maybe innocent. We've got to give him another trial.
Well, you got my wire, didn't you?
Your wire?
Yeah. Aunt Lawrence's boyfriend confessed to the murder while you were gone.
Good. I'm glad. You don't know what I've been through. You don't... Brophy.
Yeah?
You recognize me?
Yeah, I recognized you. I've been working with you long enough, Mr. Waynard.
My face, is it back to normal?
Well, it looks all right to me. But how did you get into this freight car, Mr. Waynard? We got a wire from Chicago to stop it here.
I know. They thought I was someone else. They wanted to kill me on sight. Sophie. The man you shot. The man I was riding with in that car. Who was he?
The escaped convict, Charlie Beach.
And that's the story of Mark Waynard as recorded on the clock. Coincidence? Well, perhaps, but an uncle of mine can testify to the veracity of that story. He occupies a prominent position on the courthouse wall of a small Midwestern town, and he's often watched a brilliant young lawyer plead his cases. But Mark Waynard isn't prosecuting attorney anymore. He's now counsel for the defense.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Klee and starred Hart McGuire as the voice of the Clock. As Mark Waynard, you heard John Bushell. As Brophy, Ken Wayne. Others were Al Garcia, Len Teal, Margaret Christensen, and Owen Weingott. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, the Waterford Case.
Like all murders, it had a vague, intangible beginning. As Elaine walked home from the trial that afternoon, she tried to put her finger on it, ran back in her mind over the months that saw it develop from a stray thought into the headlines in the afternoon editions just hitting the stands. Son guilty of father's murder. Richard Waterford, Jr. to die in chair. Waterford heir guilty. And for the life of her, she couldn't remember exactly when the idea was actually born. Certainly that day at the beach club with Dick and Margaret had little to do with it. Although it was in her mind even then, as she walked toward them, wondering what they were saying.
Oh, that water's cold.
Dick, you're all wet. Stop it. People are looking.
Let him. Oh, I love you, Margaret Winters. Well, is that bad?
No, it's too good to be true.
I mustn't worry about Waterford Sr. Dad's not as tough as his growl.
He'd do more than growl if he could see you now.
You know, I used to be the fair-haired boy. Only child, son and heir, etc., etc. Little Richard could do no wrong.
Then I came along.
Oh, no, nothing as uncomplicated as that. Whatever's happened between Dad and me began long before I met you.
What did happen, Dick?
She did, mostly.
Who, Elaine?
Yeah, Cousin Elaine. She's around here today. You'll probably...
Hello, Richard.
Elaine. Why, hello. Nice of you to drop in. We were just talking about you. Say, that's a funny thing, Elaine. You always manage to show up
Don't forget your manners, Richard.
What? Oh, sorry. Meg, this is my cousin, Elaine.
Hello, Elaine.
I was most anxious to meet you, Miss Winters. Richard has spoken of you so often at home.
How did you know you'd find us here, Elaine? I thought I'd camouflaged our trail pretty well.
Really, Richard, I hope you don't think I've been following you. The fact is, I was on the boat this morning, and I decided to take a stroll along the beach before going home. I saw you from the boardwalk. You should have Richard take you out to the boat sometime, Miss Winters. Very pleasant and much more secluded.
Well, I'd love it, but I'm allergic to deep water. Can't swim a stroke.
Oh? Well, I've enjoyed meeting you, Miss Winters.
Likewise.
Oh, what a beautiful ring.
Oh, thank you.
Family heirloom, I suppose.
Well, it may be someday, I hope. At the moment, it's just an engagement ring.
Oh.
Wish us luck, Elaine.
I'll see you at home, Richard.
So long, Elaine.
Wow.
Well, that did it.
What do you mean?
Oh, she'll go straight to Dad.
I know it.
Oh, it doesn't matter, darling. The sooner there's an understanding, the sooner you and I can set up housekeeping. And this is as good a time as any.
No, Elaine, that wasn't the beginning, was it? The feeling has always been there through all the years you've spent with Dick and his father in that great gloomy tomb of a house. Years spent in a careful campaign of subtleties, half-truths, outright lies. So that now the affection between father and son has cooled into a kind of forced cordiality. There are lots of possibilities in the situation, aren't there, Elaine? Now that you have the kind of ammunition you've been looking for.
Stop prowling around the room and sit down, Elaine. Dick will be here directly.
Uncle Richard, how can you let that Winters girl and her father get away with everything you've worked for all your life?
Why are you so worried? You'd lose nothing either way.
I'm a Waterford. Your brother was my father. He worked himself to death making your millions for you. Do you think I want them to go to her?
Your father was stupid, but he was talented. I was sorry to lose him.
If it hadn't been for his brains, you'd be penniless, and you know it.
Yes, and I suppose my gratitude should take the form of a handsome bequest to his daughter. Or perhaps you feel that the entire Waterford estate should rightfully belong to you. Avarice is a good thing, Elaine, but only when you know how to hide it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You rang, sir?
Tell Mr. Richard I want to see him at once.
At once, sir.
What are you going to do?
Bought her an engagement ring, has he?
They wanted me to be the first to know. Wanted my blessing.
I hope you wish them every happiness.
What are you going to do?
Disown him.
What?
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Elaine? My only other living relative. If I disowned my own son?
You'll probably will the money to a cat hospital.
Good idea, girl. I'd never have thought of it. Come in.
Evening, Dad. I'm glad you... Oh. Hello, Elaine. You're looking nice and sleek this evening. How does it taste?
How does what taste?
The canary you've just swallowed.
Sit down, Richard.
I'll be in my room if you want me.
Stick around, Elaine. You'll hear better on this side of the door.
Keep a civil tongue in your head, Richard. All right, Elaine. I'll call you if I want you.
You leave the library door ajar, walk up the stairway to the landing and stand there, listening to the voices of Dick and his father growing louder and angrier. Watching Simpson, the butler, walk across the hall and stop to listen too. A vague, shadowy picture is beginning to form in your mind. A picture clouded over with hatred for the old man. Something about a court of law, with Simpson telling the jury what he heard tonight.
Deliberately disregarding my wishes, knowing how I felt about this affair of yours.
It isn't an affair, Dad.
You irresponsible young fool. I spent twice the years of your lifetime building the organization that you're heir to. And the man you want to make your father-in-law is still trying to tear it down. He could never take over from me, so he thinks he'll do it through my son.
Don't say that.
Richard, this is my final word. You're not to see this woman again. You understand?
Dad,
Be quiet. You disobey me and continue your relations with her, and I tell you this. I'm in a position now to ruin that larcenous father of hers and his whole miserable brood. I can buy him out lock, stock, and barrel. Send him back to writing market figures on a blackboard. It's where he belongs anyway. And I'll do it, Richard, if you persist in this foolishness. I didn't bring up my son to see him throw my life's work away on a cheap...
Shut up!
All right, Richard. You may go now. When you're quite ready to talk sense, you can come back. And remember what I said.
All right, Dad. I'm moving out tonight to the club. But there's one thing I want you to remember. I love Meg and we're going to be married. And if you do anything to bring a single moment's unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
With the prologue of the Waterford Case, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by the Whistler. Keeps motor 6 times cleaner.
Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Keeps motor 6 times cleaner.
Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Keeps motor 6 times cleaner.
Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Yes, everybody's talking about the amazing new Signal motor oil that keeps motor 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
So different, it can't even be compared with old-fashioned straight motor oils. Contains 5 scientific new compounds developed to meet a demand of the Army and Navy for finer lubrication than a straight motor oil alone can provide.
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Yes, just as today's finest foods are fortified with vitamins and minerals, Signal now fortifies today's finest 100% pure paraffin base oil with these 5 scientific new compounds to give you
Signal Premium Motor Oil,
the improved post-war lubricant that outperforms even the finest of uncompounded oils, barring none. Want proof? Just stop by your Signal dealers. Look at his unretouched photos of laboratory and road tests covering hundreds of thousands of miles. See with your own eyes why, whether you're breaking in a new car or just want to pep up your old car, today's finest oil for you is new
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Elaine, it had come about gradually. The jealousy was always there, of course, and the awful nagging desire for the money that was Richard's. The money you felt was rightfully yours. But if there was any point at which the thing changed from a vague feeling into a concrete plan of action, it was at this exact moment As you stood on the landing, your knuckles white on the banister, listening to Dick
If you do
shouting...
anything to bring a single moment's unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
Simpson hurries away, and Dick comes out of the library like a dark cloud, grabs his hat, stomps out of the house.
Elaine? Elaine!
Yes?
Come in here.
Yes.
Get the pad on the desk. I want you to take a wire to McCormick in the San Francisco office. Ready?
Yes.
Reopen investigation. Possibly obtain controlling interest. John Winters Corporation. Do not use Waterford name. Advise soonest.
Is that all?
Yes, send it.
You think that'll stop the marriage?
Winters is in Europe. They won't marry until he returns, and by that time I'll have him over a barrel. I can see old John Winters letting his daughter marry the son of the man who ruined him.
Well, Elaine, your mind is made up now, isn't it? There's no hope that the old man will disinherit his son for defying him. He was one jump ahead of you, wasn't he? The inheritance is slipping out of reach, Elaine, unless you do something about it, and quickly. Perhaps a visit with Dick at his club.
It's open.
Good morning, Richard.
Well, I didn't expect to see you so soon after last night.
I brought you your shaving things.
Thanks. What do you want, Elaine? You didn't come here just to make sure I wouldn't grow a beard.
You are a bore, Richard. He wants to see you.
Dad?
Yes.
Wants to see me?
Yes, Dad. He wants you to come to the house tonight at around 9 o'clock.
Oh, what is this, Elaine? You know the old man would never break down and make the first move this way. It isn't like him. Is this some private scheme of yours?
Please, Richard.
You mean to tell me he sent you to tell me
Well,
this?
of course.
Oh. Well, I suppose I better humor him, huh? What time did you say?
9 o'clock.
Okay. 9 o'clock.
You're amazed at yourself, Elaine. You seem to know exactly what you're doing, as if you've been planning it for weeks. At home in Dick's room, you find what you're looking for. The German Luger pistol he'd brought home from Europe, and a clip of cartridges. You load it, leave it in the drawer, ready for 9 o'clock.
You rang, miss?
Yes, Simpson. Has Mr. Waterford finished his dinner?
I believe he has, miss. And I'm to bring him his coffee in the library now. If you should want anything later on, miss, just ring. I'll not be going out this evening.
Wait, what did you say?
I said I wasn't going out this evening, miss.
But this is your usual night off, isn't it?
Well, yes, miss, but Cook had to leave early. And I promised I'd clear up for her. I hope it's all right,
Look
miss.
here, Simpson. Don't you attend some sort of meetings on your evenings off? Seems to me you had mentioned once or twice you had a...
Yes, Miss Elaine.
Well, shouldn't you be there tonight?
Oh, I should really, miss, but...
Well, you go on, then.
Oh, I couldn't do that, miss. If Mr. Waterford should find that the dinner things hadn't been cleared away...
Well, you can do all that when you get back, Simpson. I'll see that it's all right with Mr. Waterford.
Very well. Thank you, miss.
You listen in the hallway until Simpson leaves. The old man is sitting in the library now, stuffed and dozing, with the radio going full blast like it always does. 20 minutes to 9. Dick would have left the club by now, but must make sure. A phone call.
Hello? Is Mr. Waterford Jr. there, please? How long ago? I see. Did he take a taxi, do you know, or did he drive his own car? Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. What? Oh, his own car. Thank you. Thank you very much.
His own car. Good. No taxi driver to serve as a possible alibi. No time to be lost now. You put on a pair of gloves and get the Luger from Dick's room. Carefully, you wipe off all traces of fingerprints. Downstairs, you open the library door quietly. The old man is slumped in his chair, snoring softly. Silently, you edge over toward him. The radio blaring away in the corner, loud enough to cover even the sound of a gunshot. You raise the gun. Take careful aim. You can't miss. It's point blank. You lay the gun on the floor where it can be easily seen. Leave the radio blaring away and slip out of the room, closing the door after you. Upstairs now. Quickly. You glance at your watch.
3 minutes to 9. I'm ready.
Dad? You in there? Dad? He must be asleep. Dad? Good Lord. Simpson! Simpson! Elaine! Isn't anybody here? Elaine!
Richard!
Elaine!
Richard, what is it? What's the matter? What are you doing with that gun?
Dad. He's been shot. I found him. He's...
What?
Don't go in there. I'm going to call the police.
The police? Oh, no, wait. Richard, your gun. You've got to get rid of it.
My gun? Elaine, you don't think that I came in. I found him. The gun was on the floor. I must have picked it up. I don't remember. Wait a minute. My gun. What was it doing down here? Who could have... Elaine.
I was in my room. Richard, what are you trying to say?
I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm going to call the police.
The Honorable Mr. Richard Waterford, Jr., a murder charge staring him in the face, insisting on calling the police. He's playing right into your hands, isn't he, Elaine? The rest of the pieces fall into place like a jigsaw puzzle.
Go on, Miss Waterford.
I was in my room. I heard the radio playing and Richard shouting. He was downstairs in the hallway with the gun in his hand.
Elaine, you're making it seem as though
Quiet, please. You'll have your chance to talk at the trial.
Now, Miss Winters, you were aware that Mr. Waterford objected to your marrying his son?
Yes, I was.
You were also aware that Mr. Waterford intended to do everything in his very considerable power to prevent it?
Well, I knew that he was...
And were you aware, too, that on the day before the crime, the accused was heard having a violent argument with his father in which he threatened to kill him?
No, I wasn't.
I heard him say something like, I love Megan, we're going to be married. If you do anything to bring unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged.
Well, that's that, Elaine. For a day or two, the headlines howl like banshees. Waterford murderer to die in chair. Richard Waterford guilty. Inherits father's fortune, but won't live to spend it. Then things begin to quiet down, and you wait for the law to take its course and leave you sole heir to the Waterford millions. Then, Elaine, out of a clear sky, a new headline. Waterford heir to marry on eve of execution.
I suppose you know what's happened, Mr. District Attorney.
That depends, Miss Waterford.
You know what I mean. You can't let them go through with this marriage. It's illegal.
Sit down, Miss Waterford.
I'm sorry. It was such a shock seeing it in the papers. It's true, then.
Is what true?
Richard and Margaret, they're going to be married.
Oh, yes, I believe they are.
But how can you let a man marry on the day of his execution? It's torture.
It was his last request. And since Miss Winters agreed, there was no reason to refuse it.
Well, I've never heard of anything so fantastic. Isn't it enough that you got him convicted? Isn't it enough that he's going to the chair? How can you stand by and see him married when you know he's going to die a few hours later? Please, oh, please, you must stop it. You must. Don't you see? Richard mustn't marry Margaret.
Why, Miss Waterford?
Why? Well, Well, because it's inhuman.
Is that the only reason?
Yes. That's the only reason.
I suppose you've read the papers, Elaine.
Then it is true.
Yes. Well, aren't you going to congratulate us? Wish us lifelong happiness?
Margaret, I've just come from the district attorney's office.
District attorney? Has Dick been...
No, my dear. I went there to get him to stop the marriage.
Oh.
Margaret, how can you do this to Richard?
He wants it this way. I have no right to refuse.
No right to refuse? You have no right to do anything but refuse. Richard is sitting in the death cell this very minute. Don't any of you see what a marriage ceremony would do to him? How can you be so inhuman? The least you can do...
Please. What do you think it's doing to me? Do you think I want it this way? Do you think I want to become Dick's widow 3 hours after I become his wife? Oh, Elaine.
Oh, how cruel of me, my dear. Of course, I'm sorry. I was thinking only of Richard. But don't you see that's just why you mustn't go through with it? For him, it'll all be over a few hours after you're married. But you, Margaret, you'll have to live through it all the rest of your life. You could never marry again. You could never face another minister as long as you live. Oh, Margaret, dear, you mustn't do this thing. For your own sake, because Richard is beyond your help now. He'll understand. I'll gladly go.
No, Elaine. Dick's asked me to marry him, and I've accepted. I don't care about anything else. I don't care what happens afterward. I'm going to marry him.
All right, Margaret. I suppose there's nothing more to be said.
Excuse me. Yes?
Miss Winters, there's some reporters downstairs who want to see you.
Oh, please send them away. I can't see anybody now.
Yes, Miss Winters.
Why don't they leave me alone? I don't know what I'll do if they don't stop coming here. They haven't given me any peace since the trial.
Why don't you go away, Margaret?
I can't. Not now, anyway.
Oh, I don't mean far away. Just for a few days until it's time to go to Richard. You could stay on the launch. It has living quarters. It's anchored just a little way out in the bay. There'd be no one to disturb you there. You could tell them to come for you when it was time.
I could do that, couldn't I?
Well, I'll come with you if you like.
Well, they'll find out. They'll know where
you won't tell a soul, dear. There, now. I'll go home and pack a few things. I'll meet you here in an hour.
Well, Elaine, she jumped at the notion of staying on the launch. If you fail now, the entire Waterford estate will go to Margaret as Dick's widow. But you won't fail. It'll be easy. No moon tonight. No one will doubt you when you tell them she's committed suicide. Everybody knows the state she's in. Who wouldn't commit suicide under such circumstances?
I'm glad you thought of coming here, Elaine.
I knew it would help.
So quiet. The darkness is like an ointment. Water looks so clean and cool. No boats around, no people.
Yes, dear. Just you and I. No one to disturb. You didn't think I was going to let you marry Richard, did you?
What? What did you say?
Why do you want to cheat me out of what belongs to me?
Elaine, what are you talking about?
It's mine now. The marriage isn't going to take place, dear. Not now.
You did it, Elaine.
Yes, dear, I did. I killed Richard's father. And isn't it unfortunate, Margaret, that you can't swim?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, here's a little lady who seems to have a perplexed look on her face. What's the question, Miss Margate?
Well, Mr. Miller, I'd like to know just what those 5 compounds are in Signal Premium Motor Oil that keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduce cylinder wear 1/3.
Answer. Compound number 1 actually cleanses the motor of old carbon. Compound 2 prevents harmful varnish, gum, and sludge. Compound 3 improves oil circulation to vital engine parts. Compound 4 keeps oil from thinning out when your motor's hot. And Compound 5 protects costly bearings from corrosion.
Well, no wonder Signal Premium is so much better than old-fashioned oil.
And no wonder drivers who want sweeter performance and longer motor life are saying...
I'm making my next oil change a change for the better. A change to...
Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
So this is the last move, Elaine. Just this one more and it's all over. There's nothing left between you now. Nothing to keep you from your inheritance. Yes, there's every reason to believe Margaret, frantic, despondent Margaret, had committed suicide. A better reason, in fact, than the one the prosecution advanced to convict Dick of his father's murder.
Get away from me, Elaine, I tell you.
No, you don't. No.
I got her.
Let me go. Take your hands off me.
You all right, Miss Winters?
Yes, thank you.
She was going to kill herself. I was trying to stop her.
I wouldn't do any more talking if I were you, Miss Waterford.
How did you get here?
Miss Winters suggested it.
Margaret.
You had every motive for killing your uncle. We knew it from the first. But everything else pointed to Dick. Quite unofficially, we decided to give you the opportunity of either clearing yourself completely or convicting yourself.
You mean Richard and Margaret? The marriage?
There wasn't going to be any marriage. We wanted to see if Margaret was right. If the loss of the Waterford millions would force you to try a second killing.
You're wrong.
I wouldn't talk anymore if I were you. You're under arrest for murder.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Ken Harvey, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard The Whistler?
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time for another strange tale by The Whistler. Each Wednesday evening at this same time, The Whistler brings you an unusual story of conflict and emotion. Tonight, My Love Comes Home.
There's a man who sits at the bar of a waterfront saloon in New England tonight. A man you'd pass on the street and never notice.
Unmarried, 45. A truck driver by profession. Ordinary except for one extraordinary fact. He has held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand.
How will it be, Eddie?
Yeah, beer, I guess. Right. Hey, give me that paper over there, will you?
Hey, sure.
It's full of that murder case in New Bedford. Here's your beer. Yeah, thanks. Smooth trip tonight? Yeah. No traffic, no nothing. You know, if there's one gripe I got about my job, that's it.
Yeah, what?
Nothing ever happens.
Yes, Eddie the truck driver, with the power of life and death over 3 people, continued to sit reading the paper in the New England bar and drink his beer. The amazing chain of events which had given him this power began 2 months before at an airfield in northern New Brunswick. Sam Hardesty, a bush pilot, sat in the office writing a letter.
And if things go as expected, I ought to arrive on the 15th. I've looked forward to this for so long, darling, through all the long months in this God-forsaken wilderness. Huh?
Howie! 6 below and a 40-mile wind. Well, like I never got that crate down tonight. What's doing, Sammy boy?
Writing a letter to Helen?
Ah, that's great. Like to see that. Well, I have a husband, devoted wife, month's leave, fireside, and slippers.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's great if it works.
Don't worry. It works.
Yeah, that's what Frenchie said.
What does that mean, Bruce?
Well, it means that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
What about Frenchie?
Well, he had a month's leave, only he didn't write his wife he was coming.
Well?
She was gone when he got home. Montreal with another guy.
Well, so what?
So, a guy away from home 6 months at a crack better be ready for it when it comes. They're all the same. There isn't one who'll play second fiddle to a DC-3.
If that happened with Helen, I wouldn't want to live anymore.
I seen it happen, Sam. A lot of times.
Frenchie didn't write, huh?
He wanted it to be a surprise. Hey, why you turn it up?
I want it to be a surprise, too.
Well, all I know, Mr. Hardesty, is that she closed the apartment, said she was leaving New York for a month or so, going to Cape Cod.
Cape Cod in the middle of winter?
A little town called Oyster Cove. She's taking landscape lessons from an artist up there. I think you remember him. Jeff Christie?
Yeah. I remember him.
Well, of course, Sam, darling. Jeff and I didn't know what to think. You surprised us.
Please,
so.
Helen, just a minute.
Well, Sam, dear, you've acted so strangely ever since you got in this afternoon.
Helen, this is the first minute we've had alone. Helen, it's not like it was, is it?
What are you talking about?
Like it was a couple of years ago, when you'd look up at me with your eyes full of it.
Well, Sam...
Yeah, before you got interested in art. When we made a lot of plans about me going to Canada for the money and you saving it for me down here so we could get a real start.
I won't listen to this, Sam.
Helen, why are you here?
I told you I'm learning to paint landscapes. And it makes no difference to me whether or not you choose to believe it.
Jeff said he thought you had promise. What does that mean?
Whatever you want it to mean.
All right, Helen, you needn't worry. I'll be civil to him. But you know the kind of guy I am. I'll never give you up to him. I'll kill him first.
Sam.
That's it, Helen.
All right, Sam. That's it.
With the prologue of My Love Comes Home, CBS brings you another strange tale by the Whistler. You know, it took 12 million determined young men to keep your home for you. Men who were willing to give up their homes and apartments and their jobs and families to protect yours. 3 million of these same young men now have no place to live through no fault of their own. And it's going to take a long time to build housing to accommodate them. And many of them, even men with families, are sleeping in automobiles and public parks. You can help by moving over just for the time being. By making any spare room in your house available to a veteran, and if possible, a veteran with a family. If you have space or know of any, call your local veterans organization or housing authority. And do it now. Now, back to The Whistler.
Nothing ever happens to Eddie, the truck driver, sitting at the bar at Plymouth reading his paper. Eddie, the truck driver, the man who held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand. One of the lives was Sam Hardesty's, only Sam didn't know it, did you, Sam? The world was falling around your ears on those first awful days at the Cape as you watched them together, as you tried to be civil to Jeff, as you promised her. As you struggled to ignore the tension that mounted in the strained silences that came so often, making you remember what Bruce told you before you left New Brunswick.
They're all the same. I've seen it happen, Sam, a lot of times.
Yes, Sam. The first 2 days were almost unbearable. And on the 3rd day, when they left for the point, you couldn't stand the silence and spent the afternoon in a bar in the village, alone. But they were at home that night when you returned, having cocktails. And there was nothing to do but join them.
How about another, Sam?
I don't know. I was drinking this afternoon. My head's kind of thick. Where am I skipping?
Not backing out, are you, Sam?
No, Jeff. Not backing out.
Well, come on, Sam, darling. Join in. The shaker's full, Jeff. Pour him another martini.
Sure.
The last one tastes a little weird.
Hard to get good vermouth these days. Here you are.
You having one?
Not this round.
Helen?
No, thanks, Sam.
Okay, I'll drink alone. Skull.
Show Sam what you accomplished today, Helen.
Oh, Jeff, I don't want him to see it until it's finished.
Oh, come on now. Don't be modest.
Well, I still think it's a mistake to show it to him now.
She's a pretty remarkable girl, Sam.
Yeah. We seem to agree on that.
There you are.
The harbor looking back from the point. You know, I've never seen a beginner handle the ocean like that.
You see, Sam, I do accomplish things while you're gone.
I never said you didn't.
Yes. She does get things done while you're away for 6 months at a crack. Playing tag with the Eskimos. Forgetting all about it.
Who says I forgot about her?
I'm sorry. Here, let me fill your glass. There you are.
What did you do today, Sam?
Nothing much. Took a walk around and met some of the natives. There's nothing like a native or two to put a guy in touch.
Well, Cape Cod isn't much in the winter. Hardly anyone around.
The old reliables are here. It's surprising what a guy can learn. Sitting around in the general store, listening to the gossip. A guy can lose track of things. There's nothing but a DC-3 to shoot the breeze with. 6 months makes a lot of...
What's the matter, darling?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong.
Fit as a fiddle, aren't you, Sam?
Sure.
Have another martini.
Yes, do you think you'd better?
Sure, give me another martini. Near the pickup.
Got the shaker right here.
Fill her up.
Jeff.
He's all right. Here, Sam, I'll fill your glass.
Fill her up.
Have another.
Fill her up.
Fill your glass.
Fill her up.
And the last thing you remember, Sam, is drinking that martini. Things begin to fade right after that. Helen and Jeff receding into the purple clouds closing around you. The next thing is the water. Ice-cold water biting through your body. You're struggling to get to the surface. Then, air. Great lungfuls of it. And the feel of something solid to hold on to.
Bridge. That's it, Bridge. What? I remember. Hold on for a while. Rest.
You cling to the bridge piling, Sam, fighting the tide trying to sweep you out into the Atlantic. You've hit your head somewhere and it aches. But the cold water has cleared it so you can think.
It was the drinks. And the drinks were drugged. They tried to kill me.
A half hour later, you're staggering through the little village of Oyster Cove, dark and silent in the hours before dawn, past a row of cabins facing the sea, vacant for the winter. You find a piece of scrap iron and break into the last cabin.
There.
And a minute later, you're wrapped in a blanket, resting, thinking it through again. There's a blackness inside you, a hopeless heavy weight in the pit of your stomach. A feeling that there's nothing to live for, and a strange half-wish that they'd been successful when they tried to kill you. Then your eye strikes something on the wall in the corner.
Phone. I wonder.
Number, please.
Still connected. That's a break.
Number, please. Number, please.
Operator, give me the... No, wait a minute. No, not the police. They tried to kill me. They committed murder. At least it was in their minds. Why shouldn't they suffer for it? Why shouldn't they suffer for it?
Number, please.
I want long distance, operator. Get me the night editor of the New Bedford Gazette.
Night editor's desk.
I got a story for you.
Who's this?
Oh, there are reasons why I can't tell you. Got your book?
Yeah.
Put this down. Sam Hardesty, a pilot for North Canada Airlines, was murdered tonight.
Wait a minute.
Put it down. You can check it tomorrow.
Okay. Go on.
He was drugged and hit on the head. His body tossed into Oyster Cove Inlet from the bridge at 2 this morning.
Yeah.
That's all.
Who are you?
I can't risk getting mixed up with the police. I know it's true because I saw it happen.
You realize I'm going to check this.
That's great. Check all you want. No telling what you'll uncover.
Fair enough.
Okay. You take it from there.
Yes, Sam. There's a way to make them suffer for the crime they committed in their minds. It wasn't their fault you didn't die, that the drugged liquor wasn't enough, and the cold water of the inlet brought you back in time to save yourself. You examine the cabin carefully. The electricity is on. There's plenty of canned food and a radio, wooden shutters over the windows for privacy. There's nothing to do now but wait, Sam. Things will begin to happen in a matter of hours. The first thing, of course, will be a curious representative of the New Bradford District Attorney's Office dropping in to see Helen.
You've got to understand, Lieutenant. I tell you I don't know any more about it than you do.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Hardesty. I'm not accusing you of anything.
I'm aware of that.
Well, you act as if I were. Now, you say your husband had taken too much to drink.
Yes. We left him alone in the living room for a moment.
We?
Jeff and I. I mean Mr. Christie. We only left him for a few minutes. Then I called to Sam, and there was no answer. He was gone. We took the car and looked for him.
And you couldn't find him?
That's right.
He's a pilot, huh? Away from home for long periods?
Yes. Canada.
I see. Keep us informed of your whereabouts, Mrs. Hardesty. We might want to get in touch with you later.
Strickland speaking.
Hello, D.A. Lieutenant Johnson. I just talked to them both. Nosed around town a little bit, too.
What about it?
Could be. The Makins are all here.
Still might be a hoax, but we can't take a chance. We'll drag the inlet tomorrow.
Right. And by the way, Chief, about the release to the newspapers, I'd say something to the effect that an anonymous phone call was received indicating that
there might have been foul play in connection with the disappearance last night of Sam Hardesty, Canadian bush pilot. Police were unable to trace the call and suspect it might be the work of a crime. Since there is no evidence Hardesty is actually dead. A search of Oyster Cove Inlet is planned for tomorrow. Now the football scores.
No evidence. Nothing to indicate I'm dead. have to make some evidence.
No evidence, Sam. It might be the work of a crank. You lean back and think. No evidence. The fog is thick over the inlet that night when you arrive at the bridge. Look it over carefully and listen for a minute. It's deserted, quiet as a tomb. You prick your finger, put a few bloodstains on your initialed pocket handkerchief. Hang it from a bush near the shore as if it had blown there. You find a skiff at the jetty. Row out to a line of lobster pots anchored near the bridge. Pull up the nearest one. Take off your wristwatch, break the band, smash it on the gunwale of the boat. Tangle it securely in the lobster net and let it down again. The newspapers ought to have a fine time with that.
Hello, press room. Listen, hold everything on the afternoon edition. Take this new lead on the Hardesty case. You ready? Police announced a startling new development in the Hardesty case early today when the missing man's wristwatch
was discovered tangled in a lobster net anchored near Oyster Cove Bridge, purported site of the murder. A bloody handkerchief bearing Hardesty's laundry marks and initials was discovered in a patch of underbrush near the site. Current opinion is that the man was murdered, his body thrown from the bridge and carried out to sea by the receding tide. Mrs. Hardesty and Christie, last to see Hardesty alive, were ordered to report to New Bedford for questioning.
Well, they're playing right into your hands, aren't they, Sam? Now, one more thing. One more ought to do it. They're both in New Bedford now, and the house on Shore Road is vacant. You still have the key, and you remember an item in the living room you might be able to use. Yes, Sam, one more ought to do it. 2 hours later, you're back. You place the item on the table before you, get out pen and paper, and begin to write.
Dear Al, I'm writing you this letter because you're my brother, and the only one I can turn to now. Helen is in love with Jeff. She insists on a divorce.
Where did you get that letter, Lieutenant?
Now, let me finish. She insists on a divorce, but I can't go through with it. I know if I don't, they'll do anything, even kill me. That's all. You never finished it.
Tell me, where did you get it?
It was stuck between the pages of a book you took out of the Oyster Cove rental library last week. This lady just brought it in.
Why, I never returned the book.
What about that, Miss Foss?
It was returned through the slot in the door. I found it on the floor when I arrived this morning.
I told you he's still alive. That proves that Sam wrote that letter. It's in his handwriting.
Sure he wrote it. Question is when. The library's only open 1 day a week. It could have been returned any time after last Wednesday.
I tell you, it was there in the house yesterday. He broke in last night when I was gone and stole it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hardesty. I don't believe you. You and Christie report tomorrow for the preliminary hearing. That's all.
Well, Sam, it took just 4 days to do it. You ought to be satisfied now with Helen and Jeff facing a murder charge. You tell yourself over and over, 10 times, 100 times, that it's right, that they committed murder in their minds, that they must suffer the consequences. It's midnight when you leave the cabin and walk down to the deserted road. 2 a.m. before a truck finally comes by and stops for you. The driver's name is Eddie, and you wish he wouldn't talk so much. But you haven't any choice, and he's going in the right direction. North, towards Canada.
Yeah, sorry to take you out of your way, pal. Got to pick up a load of fish at Stillport. Of course, you're lucky to get a ride at all this time of night.
Yeah, I suppose I am. Where are we now?
Well, them lights up ahead of the airfield. 10 miles from there to Stillport. You can get back on the track up at Plymouth.
Back on the track?
Yeah, to Canada.
Huh? What made you think I was going to Canada?
Well, that's where you was going the other night.
What other night?
Hey, what's the matter, you pal?
Tell me, what other night?
Well, let me see. The last time I come through, Friday.
What happened Friday?
I picked you up just like tonight. I thought you knew. Oh, sure. I'm a dunce. I should have known.
What?
You couldn't remember anything. You're as drunk as a skunk. Stand in the middle of the road and waving your arm.
Listen, Eddie, this is important.
Huh?
Where did you pick me up?
Just outside Oyster Cove, about 2 a.m. You changed your mind about Canada, though. I had to let you out.
Where did you let me out, Eddie?
At the bridge.
At the airport over there?
Yeah.
Stop, let me out.
Huh? Again?
Stop, I said.
Okay, pal. You're the doctor.
A million things hit you at once, Sam. She was telling the truth. Everything Helen said was the truth. And in 4 hours, she'll stand up at the hearing and be charged with your murder. There's one way you can stop it, Sam. One way you can get there in time. There's a plane warming up on the airstrip, and you stand in the shadows watching as the pilot gets out and walks across the field to the hangar, where a mechanic in grimy overalls stands in the circle of light, leaning against the door. Quietly, you move toward the plane on the far side. You can see they're talking. They can't see you.
Better gas her up, Marty. Ready to take off.
Plenty of gas in her. I checked the indicator.
Better check the tank. Indicator went on a blink this morning. Only about 5 minutes gas, but... Holy cow! Somebody's taking it off!
It was the only way, Sam. You'll have to make it right later. The lights of the airport fade behind you as the plane swings southwest toward New Bedford. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, plenty of gas. You're sure now that you can get there in time to stop it. The shortest route lies straight across the wide mouth of the Sound, and you look down at it, stretching below like a huge funnel, with the Atlantic at one end and Oyster Cove at the other. Then it happens. The motor begins to call. You look around at the indicator, full tank, enough for 3 hours. Frantically, you work the throttle.
It's not gas, there's plenty of gas. It's the fuel line, maybe, or the pump. I gotta make it, baby. Don't let me down now.
The motor dies. The nose goes down. Nothing under you but water. Nothing within gliding range. You're going to crash, Sam. You pull back the canopy, start to climb out of the cockpit.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. This is an emergency. This is America asking you to move over and make room for a veteran. That extra unused room, that attic, that garage, any kind of shelter to keep these men and their families under a roof. If you have such a place, or if you can make one available, communicate with your local veterans or housing agency. But do it now. This is an emergency. Now back to The Whistler.
It was a long 6 weeks, but Helen and Jeff were hopeful. The state didn't have much of a case. The disappearance of Sam Hardesty was still a disappearance. In spite of the bits of incriminating evidence that came from nowhere, in spite of the gossip in Oyster Cove. Yes, Helen and Jeff were hopeful. For one very solid reason.
They haven't got a case without a body. You've got to remember that. I've been a lawyer for 20 years, and I've yet to see a conviction where they...
There's a call for you, Mr. Matson.
Thank you. Excuse me a moment, will you?
Of course.
Chin up, dear. We're going to make it.
I don't know, Jeff. I don't seem to care much anymore. We did kill him. If he's alive, he'd have shown up somewhere by now, and it doesn't...
Please, Helen, darling, you've got to pull yourself together.
We're going to pay the piper, Jeff. We tried to kill him. Put the drug into his drink. It doesn't matter what happened after that, don't you see? That was the crime. The planning, the decision to do it. Just because he walked out somewhere before we could go through with it.
You see where that leads?
Mr. Matson believes in us, Jeff.
It's his business to believe in his clients. His job is to get an acquittal, and that's what we're paying him for. Wait a minute. Here he comes.
It looks like something's wrong.
Yes, Eddie, the truck driver. The man who held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand, sits in the New England bar tonight, reading the paper, drinking his beer.
Yeah, can you beat this, Alec? Listen. Christie and Mrs. Hardesty plead guilty. Throw selves on mercy of court when husband's body found at Oyster Cove Bridge.
Yeah, the guy was a flyer, wasn't he?
Yeah, flyer. You know, funny thing happened to me. About 6 weeks ago, I picked up a flyer down in that section. Said he was going to Canada.
How about another beer, Eddie?
Wonder why he made me stop at the airport that night. Wonder it could have been that same bum. Ah, that's crazy. Nothing ever happens to me. Yeah, Alec, give me another beer.
Next Wednesday at this same time, the Whistler will return with the story of Leora and Kent, of the blind rage which ended in murder on the 10th floor of a New York apartment, and of the terror which gripped them as they tried to find a way out. The strange story, Panic. Featured in tonight's production were Elliot Lewis and Ann Stone. This program is a featured production of the Columbia Broadcasting System and was directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Where Do You Get Your Ideas? All I said to him was, where do you get your ideas? And look what he did to me. I came in this bar and I sat down quiet by myself. And I said to the bartender, Charlie, make me a dry Manhattan and put 2 olives in it. So I had my dry Manhattan. Then I had another. I began to look around. There wasn't anybody else in the bar but this skinny little guy in a corduroy shirt sitting down at the other end of the bar drinking ginger ale and talking kind of to Charlie. So I got interested. You know how it is in the bar. And I took my drink and I walked up the end of the bar and sat down alongside the guy. He didn't pay any attention.
I don't see very well.
And I listened, and what they was talking about was radio. So I'm very interested in radio. Well, I got a set that Rudy made for me, and it's the finest set you ever saw. If there's anything I like, it's a good radio set. Well, in a minute, I discovered they weren't talking about radio sets. They were talking about radio programs. Then I really do get interested. So I said to Charlie, give my friend a drink, meaning the guy in there.
I didn't want a drink. If I want a drink, I can buy it myself.
He didn't want a drink, so I just sat there and listened to him talk. Say, it was awfully interesting. It's all about people in radio, you know. People you hear singing and saying things and acting and all that, and laughs about things that happen. They were especially interesting to me because I am such a radio fan, see? So I was listening with all my ears. But they don't pay any
Who is this creep, Charlie?
So I can't stand it any longer, and I say to the fella in the corduroy shirt, I say, you in radio, mister?
You want another dry Manhattan, Tom?
Sure, Charlie. Only my name's not Tom, it's Basil. B-A-S-I-L, like Basil Rathbone in the movies. Sure, I'll have another dry Manhattan. You in radio, mister?
Yeah, he's in radio.
Leave the man answer the question, Charlie.
He don't like to talk.
He's talking to you.
I'm not a stranger.
Well, I'm not either. My name's Basil Gitliff, mister. Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
You're in radio, mister?
Yes. Here's your drink, Tom.
Basil, Charlie, not Tom.
Why do you call him Tom, Charlie? His name's Basil, he says.
Too hard to remember names at a bar. Everybody's either Tom or George to me.
How do you tell them apart?
All the good guys are George.
I see.
What do you do in radio, mister?
I write, Tom.
Stories?
Yeah. Charlie, give me another ginger ale, will you? With a little lemon peel this time.
It's a do.
Well, what kind of stories?
Fantastic stories, I guess.
I think I'll have a little ginger ale myself.
Like murder stories?
Sometimes. Charlie, what time is it?
Pretty near closing time.
That's what I figured.
Now, I sure like murder stories.
I'm getting tired.
So am I.
Could I ask you a personal question, mister?
They're off at Hialeah.
I've been expecting it.
Sure. I said, could I ask you a personal question, mister?
Well?
I was just wondering, where do you get your ideas?
I just think about it.
Do you?
Sometimes he gets ideas about people that talk to strangers in bars. Strangers that don't want to be talked to.
Do you?
Sometimes.
I could tell you some murder stories.
Could you?
Yeah, I sure could.
He knows some murder stories.
Oh, but I could tell you true murder stories.
Look, Tom, for a nickel you can buy a morning paper, and it's full of true murder stories. Want another dry Manhattan?
Sure. Not good true murder stories like I can tell.
Look, Basil, did you ever murder anybody?
Me? Not so much from the top.
Yes, you. Did you ever murder anybody?
Sure.
You think the Dodgers have got a chance this year?
I like Casey Stengel. He looks like Gertrude Stein.
He knows more about baseball than she does.
I murdered a woman.
He's been in it longer.
I murdered a woman.
Congratulations.
Well, I did.
When?
Well, tonight.
That's so.
And last night. And the night before and last Thursday.
Keeps you busy, doesn't it?
You'll run out of women, Basil.
No, this is the same one. She won't stay dead.
Where is she?
Out in the lobby.
You mind if I go look and call the cops?
Make me another dry Manhattan before you go.
I'll make it when I come back. Don't leave me alone here with the murderer, Charlie.
Oh, I won't hurt you, mister.
Thanks.
Hurry up, Charlie. I want another dry Manhattan.
I'll be right back.
Is he going out to look for her? Really?
I think he's going to look for Manuel.
Who's Manuel?
Manuel's the bouncer.
He won't find her.
Her? Manuel's him?
No, I mean the woman I murdered.
Oh. Listen, Mac, you oughtn't to drink so many of those things.
Please? Oh, they don't hurt me.
You keep on drinking them that way, and the first thing you know, you will murder somebody.
Why do?
Do what?
Murder people.
Okay, have it your way. Find her, Charlie? In city? There's nobody out there. You didn't think you'd find anybody, did you?
No.
You kidding?
I could have told you that, but you didn't ask me. Can I have that dry Manhattan now, please?
This'll have to be the last one, Tom. I'm running out of olives.
I'm Basil. Well, if you'd stop eating them yourself, there'd be enough left for me.
Company, girls. What? You got another customer. Yes, ma'am?
I'll have a beer, please.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Basil.
One beer.
Thanks.
Well, like I was saying...
You got blood on your shoes.
Oh, sure.
Beer isn't very cold.
Stop squawking about the beer, Helen.
Hurts my throat.
Drink it.
Look, leave the lady alone, will you?
Me?
You.
I don't mind it.
This fellow here is the writer, Helen. He writes for the radio.
Pleased to meet you.
Good evening.
He writes stories about murder and things.
How nice.
Thanks.
Just telling me about us, Basil.
I was just starting to.
He doesn't want to hear. I want another ginger ale.
Tell us about us, Basil.
She's the woman I murdered. But she doesn't say murder.
Another beer, please.
Yes, ma'am. Do you like being murdered, ma'am?
All right.
I was asking him where he got his ideas.
Where does he go?
Well, he just dreams them up, I guess. Don't you?
Sure.
You ever write a story about people on the moon?
He wouldn't know about people on the moon.
There aren't any people on the moon. Charlie, give me one more ginger ale for the road. Okay.
I saw people on the moon. Aren't there, Basil?
Millions of them. Animals, too.
Sure. Why don't you write a story about people on the moon?
I don't know anything about people on the moon.
Basil does.
Sure.
Tell him, Basil. I like to hear about people on the moon.
Well, they got 2 heads.
Apiece?
Sure. 2 heads apiece.
And they got 4 arms.
4 arms must be handy.
Yeah, they are. 4 arms and 2 heads.
I'm going to bed.
No, stay and hear about the people on the moon.
Some other time.
Have another ginger ale. No, I'll buy you a ginger ale.
I have to get up early in the morning.
No, I want to tell you about the people on the moon.
I don't want to hear about the people on the moon, Tom.
Well, I want to tell them about it.
No, leave him alone, Basil.
I won't do it. Listen, friend,
I'm not your friend.
I can give you a great story about people on the moon.
He doesn't want to hear about him, Basil.
You shut up. There's people on the moon, see? They got 4 arms and 2 heads, and they have all kinds of fun.
Lay off, Tom.
You can't talk to him when he's like this.
Didn't I tell you to shut up?
You leave him alone.
Shut up or I'll murder you again.
Now, listen. This is a nice, quiet bar. And nice, quiet people come in here.
Well, I'm quiet.
You're going to be a lot quieter after the cops come and take you away.
You see, Basil, I told you.
I told you to shut up or I'll kill you.
That does it, Basil. Outside.
No, he's starting things and getting thrown
Did
out.
you hear me?
Look, Basil, let's calm down, shall we?
No.
some other time you and I'll sit down and you can tell me all about the people on the moon and on Mars and everywhere, huh?
I don't know anything about the people on Mars. I don't even know if there are any people on Mars.
Come on, Basil, let's go home.
Listen, I'm
not afraid of you, you big bump.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. If I tell what I know about you...
You won't live this time.
How fast, you?
What?
I said pay your check and get out of here. $2.68.
Think I ain't got the money, huh? Well, look at that.
Oh, Basil, don't throw your money around that way.
Listen, babe, I got just about enough for you.
You want me to throw you out of here?
Go on, sorry, Mom.
Listen, I told you I've had about enough of you.
Look out, these guys there.
No.
I told you to shut up. Ain't another dry Manhattan.
Tired. Me too. I don't like coroner's juries and courts and that stuff. You want another ginger ale? If I was a drinking man, I'd have a double one. You hear anything? They found him yet? No. He sure disappeared, didn't he? They'll catch him. Sure. He's not. Yes. Quiet tonight. Noise here, no voice, miss. I thought that fellow up at the coroner's jury was going to say we killed him. Tough guy. Well, she's dead all right this time. What? The girl. Not Helen. Said she wouldn't stay dead. He's no you're in a fruitcake. He sure disappeared. Well, you'd disappear if you murdered somebody. He was just coming around the bar. John, you were under the bar. Well, he was under the stool. Sure. And I looked up and he was gone. They'll find him. I hope so. Yeah, a nice-looking girl. I never did get paid for those beers. He put some money on the bar. Wasn't enough. Too bad. Yeah. I'm tired. Me too. Not yet you murdered.
Can I have the dry Manhattan, Charlie?
Where did you come from? Don't you know the cops are looking for you?
Sure. Can I have the dry Manhattan, not too much removed?
Listen.
Make it a double. I'm thirsty.
Listen.
Well,
You.
Oh, hello there. I didn't recognize you. Mind if I sit down by you?
Thanks.
Hiya. Me, huh? I'm all right. How's the ideas tonight?
Listen, don't start that again.
I was starting to tell you about the people on the moon last night when we was interrupted. How about that double dry Manhattan, Charlie?
You're not going to get any double Manhattan here, Tom.
Basil, like your Basil left. Why not?
I'm not going to get in any jam.
You won't get in any jam. I'll be out of here before the cops come. If they do come.
If they do come. They'll drag you out of here feet first.
Nah, they won't.
Yes, they will.
What for?
What for?
Oh, you mean Helen.
What else?
I don't worry about her.
Johnny. Listen.
Johnny.
What?
Come here a minute.
Yeah. What about you?
I'll be all right.
Okay. Double Manhattan, did you say?
Dry Manhattan.
Okay.
Helen always makes me so mad.
You know her pretty well?
Well, I've murdered her 5 times now.
That's so?
Sure. That's fine, Charlie. Hey, where are you going?
I have to see him.
Well, hurry back. I'll be needing another dry Manhattan.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, it sure is a puzzle to me where you get your ideas.
It is, huh?
Yeah, it sure is. How you think of these things every week, it's by me.
It's just like laying bricks.
I never lay bricks. Say, I sure wish you'd write a story about the moon.
About those people with 4 arms and 2 heads?
You remember that, didn't you?
They don't.
They just drink.
Drink what?
Right, man.
I see. What else do they do?
You want to hear about them?
Sure.
Well, they know how to travel through space.
They do.
Sure. They come down to Earth all the time.
Many of them?
I bet you there's 100 people from the moon right here on Earth right now.
That's so. Probably sure taking a long time.
It sure is. I want another drink.
Dry Manhattan like the people on the moon drink.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Charlie!
Yeah. Charlie?
Must be in a phone booth or something.
I guess so. Tell me more about these people on the moon. 4 arms, you said?
Yeah. 4 arms.
What do they do when they come down to Earth?
Murder people.
So?
Oh, sure. They think it's fun.
Good fun.
Yeah, they come down here kind of on vacation to murder people.
Must be interesting.
It's very. You see, you can't murder people on the moon.
Why not?
Well, they don't die.
How long does it take to get here from the moon, do you suppose?
About 20 minutes.
Oh?
Sure. Tamaba's the atomic energy. You put a little thing on one of your arms, and you twist a little button, and you take a deep breath. And boom. Earth. Hey, Charlie!
I guess he's busy.
Yeah. Yeah, and murder's fun, though. Especially when you don't get to do it much.
I suppose.
You think I'm crazy?
What?
I bet you think I'm crazy.
Oh, no.
I'm not. That Helen, she's a pain in the neck.
That's why you murdered her?
That's why I always murder her.
Oh. Do you murder other people, too?
I haven't yet, but I'm going to.
Have you got any customers picked out?
No. I've just been looking around.
I see.
Helen makes me so mad, though, sometimes. I have to murder her.
Are you sure murdered her last night?
I got mad.
Tell me some more about the moon people.
Well, the reason Helen won't stay dead is she's from the moon.
She is?
Sure.
She hasn't got 4 arms.
Sure she has. She keeps one pair covered up under her blouse.
What about 2 heads?
She's got another head. She pulls her head open.
She does?
Sure. Oh. Well, Charlie. Where you been, Charlie? Hey, Charlie. Believe.
What are you talking about?
That's moon language, Charlie. It means I want another dry Manhattan.
Oh.
Hurry up. I gotta get out of here.
Get out of here? Oh, no, Basil. Stick around. Well, the evening hasn't started yet.
Oh, I gotta get out of here. I got a date.
Oh, let her wait. Have a nice big drink. It's on the house.
No, I gotta go. That looks good, Charlie. That's fine. Fine. Oh, I got a date.
I'll buy you one, Basil.
Well,
Sure, make him a double again, Charlie.
Well, thanks. I am hungry.
The cops will be here in 10 minutes. If we can hold on to him.
What did you say?
I said stay another 10 minutes. He was telling me all about the people on the moon, Charlie. Very interesting, no doubt.
Oh, sure. They murder people.
How fascinating.
That's what he said. Well, thanks, kid. Looking at you.
I'll have another ginger ale, Charlie. Where do you put them all?
Well, thanks. I gotta go. I got a date.
Who you got a date with, Basil?
Helen?
You forgot something.
What?
You knocked her off there last night.
Oh, that was last night.
Right here. Remember?
Sure I remember, but that was last night.
What's the time? Only 8 minutes now. Have another try, Manhattan, Basil.
Well, I really oughtn't to.
Sure. Go on.
Sure, go on, Basil.
Helen.
I thought you'd be here, Basil.
I was just leaving. Wasn't I, Charlie?
He was just having one for the road. Listen. Where did you come from?
Up in the moor.
But you're dead.
Nah.
Can I have a beer, Helen?
Thanks. I love it.
But listen, Helen.
Huh?
We saw you at the coroner's inquest.
Such a bore.
You're not dead?
Nuh-uh.
But we saw you. You had a hole in your head.
Sure. Please?
Hurry up and drink your beer, Helen. Maybe late.
I'm hurrying. Well, don't get impatient, Basil.
You want me to kill you again?
Oh, stop.
Well, I will if you don't hurry up.
2 minutes, Charlie. Oh, boy. Who is that gal? I think it's the same one, but it can't be.
Sure it is. Ain't you, Helen?
Ain't I what?
You.
Sure I'm me.
But how she's from the moon, Charlie? She can't die.
Is that so? You know what I think, Basil?
What?
I got an idea.
I know. The cops are coming. But we'll be gone before they get here.
That isn't what I'm thinking.
Then what's it?
Why, I've got an idea Helen really is from the moon. Are you nutty, too? No, I'm not nutty. I just got an idea.
What?
What?
Why, I've got an idea that you're from the moon, too, Basil.
I just walked over to this fellow in a corduroy shirt, and I picked up my drink with one hand, and I stuck out another and shook hands with him, and I put another hand on his shoulder, and with the other hand I poked him in the ribs. Why, I said, where do you get your ideas? And look what he did to me. He smacked me with a ginger ale bottle. And if I didn't have had 2 heads, he might have knocked me cold.
Good evening, Creed, and welcome to the Mystery Playhouse. If you like to curl up with a good mystery, if suspense and mysterious adventure are your particular dish, then don't go away. Stay right where you are, because tonight we've been fortunate enough to again secure the services of that light-hearted raconteur of murder, horror, and the supernatural, the laughing boy of Inner Sanctum, your host, Raymond.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Welcome once again through the squeaking door. So brave of you to drop in. You know, I do like to have a body around. It keeps me in good spirits. Hey, what's that? Oh, you feel warm. Well, now, that may be the fault of the chairs. You see, we've been redecorating, and the chairs you're sitting in are hot seats.
We bought them cheap from a firm that builds them for prisons. The convicts didn't like them. They complained that everyone who sits in those chairs gets absolutely burned alive. And now, friends, draw up those chairs we talked about earlier and listen to tonight's tale of terror written especially for the Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar. Our star tonight is Santos Ortega, who acts the role of Martin Wheeler in a blood-chilling story entitled I Want to Report a Murder.
Other women don't have to put up with such treatment.
The way she carried on, you'd think I was Clark Gable. Instead of a middle-aged bank cashier getting bald and a little pot-bellied. I'd never given her any reason to be jealous, not in 20 years of married life. She saw green every time I mentioned another woman. Every time I went out of the house. Like tonight.
That was the reason the last time. You've always got a reason for going out and leaving me here alone. Now you've got to practice for the bank employees' bowling tournament. That's a likely story.
It happens to be the truth, Margaret.
Oh, I'm sure the team will be practicing over the bowling alleys. And I'm just as sure you won't be there.
Where else would I be?
Oh, now you needn't pretend, Martin. I know you've got a date with one of those women.
I've told you 100 times I don't have any dates with any other women. And I'm sick and tired of your insane suspicions.
Insane, are they?
Yes, they are. I'll be home at 11 o'clock. You can wait up for me if you like. Good night. I went down to the car and began to drive to the bowling alleys. Margaret, always nagging at me. Someday she'd push me too far. Yes, someday if she didn't stop the nagging, there would be another woman. I stopped the car for a red light. There's a girl crossing the street. I noticed that she was blonde and pretty. A little like Margaret had looked when we were first married. And suddenly, as the girl passed in front of the car, she slipped and fell to the ground. What happened? Are you all right?
That hole in the street. I tripped.
Let me help you to your feet.
Oh, my foot. I must have sprained it.
Can you walk?
Well, I'll try. Oh, no. No, I can't put any weight on it.
Oh, that's too bad. Look here, let me drive you home.
Oh, I don't like to impose, but
It's not an imposition. I'd consider it a pleasure. She was about 25 years old and married. She said her name was Mrs. Susan Holmes. I didn't tell her my name. And as things turned out, that was lucky. No one was home at her apartment. I helped her to a chair and started to leave.
Don't go yet. Come here. Oh, don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to bite you.
Now, Mrs. Holmes, I've got an appointment at the bowling alley.
Well, that's not very flattering. Don't you like me?
Well, yeah, sure. I do, but... Mrs. Holmes, please, don't. You shouldn't.
Don't be silly. You've been very kind. And I like you.
Her arms were around my neck, pulling me down toward her. She used a faint perfume. Margaret hardly ever used perfume. Margaret. I thought of her as Susan kissed me. Then I stopped thinking until the door opened.
Say, what is this?
Robert! Susan, who is...
I come home and find my wife kissing another guy. How long has this been going on?
Well, this is all a mistake. Your wife tripped and hurt her ankle. I brought her home and...
You won't weasel out of this by blaming it all on Susan. It won't work, mister. I saw both of you.
Mr. Holmes, I've tried to explain. You won't listen to me, so I'm leaving.
No, you don't.
Get out of my way.
This gun is loaded, mister.
Put that gun back in your pocket. Don't be a fool.
You're staying here and...
No.
Hey, let go of my arm!
Let go of that gun. I'll kill you for this. Let go of the gun. I'll break your arm. There. Now I've got the gun. Give it back to me. I won't. Stop it. Look at the gun. Oh! Stop it. I had to take the gun away from her.
Oh.
I didn't mean to pull the trigger.
He's dead. You've killed him.
I killed a man. I had to get away quick before the police came. Yes, I could walk out of the door and forget the whole thing. Mrs. Holmes didn't know anything about me, nor even my name. I acted fast. I could get away. Go straight to the bowling alley and pretend it never happened.
Where are you going?
I'm leaving.
Come back here. You did come to the bowling alley after all.
Margaret, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you.
Checking up on me.
Why shouldn't I? It didn't take you this long to drive over from the house. Where have you been?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Margaret, leave me alone. Why are you staring at me?
Face.
What about my face?
Lipstick. So that's why you took so long to get here.
Margaret, not so loud.
And you swore you never had dates with other women. Oh, I knew it all the time.
Don't shout like that. People are staring
Let
at
them
us.
stare. Let them hear every word I say. I want your friends to know what kind of a man you are.
Phone call from Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler.
Heard that phone call. It must be for me. I'll be right back. Hello?
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, who's this?
This is Susan Holmes, Mr. Wheeler.
What?
You killed my husband. Just in case you've already forgotten.
How did you know my name? Where to find me?
It was all in your wallet.
My wallet?
It dropped out of your pocket during the fight.
What do you want?
I gotta see you. Right away.
Well, that's impossible. My wife...
Would you rather have me call the police?
No. Don't do that, please. Where shall I meet you?
Downstairs in front of my apartment house. I'll be there waiting for you.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Bye.
Who's that phone call from?
No one you know, Margaret.
I can tell from the expression on your face. It was that woman again.
I can't argue with you, Margaret. I've got to go.
Go where?
I can't tell you.
You're going back to her?
No.
I won't stand for it. I won't be humiliated. If you go to her, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill
I hated to leave her there crying. What else could I do? She wouldn't have believed what happened any more than Holmes did. Even less. Because she was so jealous. Susan's voice had sounded hard and bitter over the phone. Well, I couldn't blame her. It's a rotten thing I did. Running away like that. Then I saw her waiting at the curb. Young. Slim. And pretty.
So you came.
Get into the car, Susan. I want to tell you, I'm sorry about running away.
Save the apology. Just start driving.
We drove for a while in silence. Several times I tried to start a conversation, but you wouldn't answer. Finally, I parked at the end of a deserted street on the waterfront. Fog was rolling in from the water. In a few minutes, the mist would close around us.
I've been thinking. I decided what we're going to do. You don't want the police mixed up in this, do you?
No, of course not.
Oh, neither do I. And don't ask me why. I got my own good reason.
You got a plan?
Yeah. My husband subleased the apartment under an assumed name. We've only been there a few weeks. Nobody in the house knows it. I'll leave town for good. The police won't be able to trace either of us.
But your husband's body.
I'll leave it. That'll give me at least a couple of days' start before the police find it. You'll have to help me. I need money.
How much?
$5,000?
5,000. That's a lot of money.
You got a nerve squawking about money. After what you did.
It was self-defense.
How would you like to tell that to a jury?
But I simply haven't got $5,000.
There was a card in your wallet that showed you work in a bank. The bank got plenty of money. You know how to get it. And more, too.
She wanted me to steal the money. I saw it clear now. No longer young and fresh and pretty. Just a cheap, flashy woman who wanted money. Money? It was blackmail. If she got the $5,000, it wouldn't end there. She'd keep driving me, squeezing me. milking me.
Well, which is it going to be? The money or the police?
Neither.
Ah, don't be stupid. There's a law against murder.
I'm going to do something very sensible, Susan.
What do you mean?
You...
Take your hands off my throat.
I don't like to do this.
Oh, you're joking me. No.
My fingers tightened on her throat. And I felt as though I was killing something inside me. She kissed me once. She said she liked me. And for a moment, I felt young again. Her body went limp suddenly between my hands. She was dead. I was a double murderer.
You know, I'm really annoyed at that Martin Wheeler, the ungrateful scoundrel, and that poor kid, Susan Holmes. She got her neck twisted, all because she was trying to do Martin a good turn. That wasn't a good return for her pains, was it? But on the other hand, it's not hard to see Martin's point of view. He probably felt that one good turn deserved another. And now let's return to Martin Wheeler, the middle-aged bank cashier who's having a night full of trouble. A moment ago, he killed Susan Holmes because she threatened to tell the police about the death of her husband.
Fog was all around me now, making the world unreal. Sinister. Off in the water, the fog whistles were sobbing. I stood at the end of a pier, body of Susan in my arms. I held her a moment longer than was necessary, and then dropped her into the water. It was all over. I could go back to Margaret, try to forget that I had committed murder. Then I remembered my wallet. My wallet. It contained my driver's license with my name and address on it. Back in the car, I found a handbag. It contained a change purse, the key to her apartment, but not my wallet. The wallet must still be in her apartment. I took it. I heck it. Drove wild, disregarding the fog, passing through red lights. Then a car loomed up in front of me. I slammed on the brakes and stopped, bumper to bumper. Man got out of the car in front of me. He wore a uniform. I'd almost hit a police car.
All right, what's your race, mister?
I didn't see the stop sign. The fog.
You were doing at least 40 miles an hour and on a city street, too. Driving like that on a night like this, you could kill somebody. What's your hurry?
Nothing at all. I just wanted to get home to my wife.
Let's have a look at your license.
My driver's license? It's in my wallet.
Get it out.
I lost my wallet the other day. The license and all. I haven't had a chance to apply for a new one.
What's your name?
Martin Wheeler.
Where do you live?
63.5 Sunset Drive.
You say your wife is at home, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, move over. We'll drive over to your house. Your wife will have to identify you.
Is that all, officer?
All except for this. Here's your ticket, Wheeler. Appear in traffic court tomorrow morning. And apply for a new license, you understand?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
All right. And don't let me catch you driving like that again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Martin?
I'm sorry, Margaret.
You're sorry. Who is she? What's her name?
Believe me, this isn't like what it
Are you in love with her? Are you? Answer me.
No, I don't love her. Someday I'll be able to tell you what happened, but not now. I'm awfully tired. Let's go to bed. I pretended to sleep. The thought of my wallet still in Susan's apartment kept spinning through my mind. I had to get out of the house. I had to get to Susan's apartment and find the wallet. I couldn't leave until I was sure Margaret was asleep. asleep now. I slipped out of bed, got into my clothes, crept toward the door. I didn't see the chair in the dark until I stumbled over it.
Who's there? Martin? Martin, where are you?
I used the key I found in Susan's purse to let myself into her apartment. The body was no longer on the living room floor. She must have dragged it away. Perhaps she put it in the closet before she went to meet me. I didn't look for the body. My first concern was my wallet. And I found it where she must have left it on the telephone table. Everything was there. A few dollars, my license. I put it into my pocket, started to leave.
Wait a minute.
Holmes! I thought you were dead.
I'm still very much alive, Mr. Wheeler.
What? But the fight, the gunshot. You fell to the floor. Susan said you were dead. You're not even wounded. I don't understand. The gun. It must have been loaded with blanks.
That's right.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me go on thinking that... Oh, I think I understand now. It was the old Badger game right from the beginning. Susan's sprained ankle. When she kissed me. When you came in on us. That was all arranged in advance. Oh, I thought she really liked me. But it was all done in order to blackmail me. And now she...
Where is she?
I don't know.
She met you to arrange for the money. Now, you've got her door key. What did you do to her?
Nothing.
You don't kid me, Wheeler. I can figure out what happened. She met you and asked for the money according to plan, but you figured you could get out of the mess by killing her. That's what you did.
No.
Sure you did. Else, how could you get the door key? She wouldn't give it to you. Why would you come back here for the wallet? You better be on the level with me, Wheeler.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. So you killed her. But I don't hold it against you. Level with me and we'll make a deal.
What do you want?
So you did kill her.
Yes.
So it's a real thing now, instead of a phony. But the price is still the same. I'll keep my mouth shut for $5,000.
He was right. The situation was still the same. If I got the money for him, I'd be in his grip forever. It was his life or mine. I had no choice. But I needed a weapon. And I saw it on the desk. A sharp-pointed letter knife. All right. I'll give you the money.
When?
Right now. I'll sit down at the desk and write you a check.
You're doing the smart thing, Wheeler. Yeah, you... Hey, that knife. Stay away from me.
Some money.
No.
Wheeler. He was dead. I killed him twice in one night. This time, I made sure he was dead. Then I wiped my fingerprints off the knife. Wiped the doorknob clean. Then left the apartment. I thought of everything. I left nothing behind that might connect them with the two murders. Going home, I concentrated on one thought. I must forget this night. Erase it from my memory. If I ever thought of this night again, it would be as a nightmare. Our bedroom was still dark as I entered. Margaret must have gone to sleep. Felt good to be home again. Safe. Back in a world where such things as I'd done simply didn't happen. Someday, I'd tell Margaret the truth. Someday when we were old, and such things no longer mattered. And then the room exploded in my face. Oh, Margaret.
Don't. Don't, please don't. You're making a mistake. Margaret, you let me explain.
I don't need any explanation. You went back to her. I told you I'd kill you if you went back to that woman.
Number, please.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report a murder.
Surprise, friend. Oh, you weren't. Well, anyway, that ending certainly was a surprise for Martin Wheeler. You might say it was curtains for Martin. As you know, come to think of it, he made one big mistake. He shouldn't have murdered that nice Holmes couple. No, indeed. He should have murdered his wife. Then we might have had a happy ending.
Well, good night to you, old poison puss. And thanks for your story, I Want to Report a Murder, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. We'll be digging you again in the near future. Creeps, until next time, good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Nodan and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Very well. I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh? You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the Page Boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers, 327 of St. Andrew's Circle.
Yes?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake. Even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton. Oh? The police? Oh, is something wrong? We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please. Come in, Fred. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment. Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joe? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Marcy?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect there's something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Marcy, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Why? It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently, she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Marcy.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Marcy?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Marcy, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take a look.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Oh, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing. Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in here? The first room on the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerating this. Joel, stop.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there? Are you worried, darling? Worried? Why would I be worried? Yes, search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy. Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar. Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joe, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about? Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until... The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Oh, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why did you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, thousands of dollars? What nonsense. Well, a 5 and dime store...
But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times.
Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Well, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left the house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
One question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
Now, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, what that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor.
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
It's despicable of you to even think such a thing. Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived.
But so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You've You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Bart, you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Uh-huh.
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarette. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech, and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Miles, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
Bart, what the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspector, and I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Guess what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I have a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
You can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is... an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
How's that eavesdropping? Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah, are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior. What?
Did you say something, Bart? I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edward?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes. I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it, Inspector?
Puts us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the 2 bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. Well,
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered him?
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edward, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything, Edward.
But it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edward. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our 3 guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, do you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, calm, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Marcy.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector. Coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
You're scared, Dorothy. Dorothy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Marcy?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake.
That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Winters. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting.
That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, with the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Oh.
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What's happened? Joel. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joel, darling, speak to me.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Marcy? Yes, I'm all right. Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Marcy, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't...
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering...
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me...
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Tonight we're going to drop in on Henry Norton, a man who saw death in every corner. I call the story... Death is my caller. My story begins late one afternoon in the luxurious office of Henry Norton, a stockbroker. Norton, a tall, dapper man in his 40s, is in the midst of signing some letters when he's called on the office communicator by his secretary.
Excuse me, Mr. Norton.
Yes, Miss Perry.
There's a Mr. Blair to see you.
Mr. who?
Charles Blair. He says you know him very well.
Charlie Blair. Tell him I'm not in. I'm out of town. Tell him anything. I don't want to see him. I don't ever want to see him.
He says he knows you're here, insists on talking to you.
Get him out of the office. Get some of the boys to help me. If he won't leave, just...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. He forced his way in. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him.
That's quite all right, Miss Perry. I'll see him.
Hello, Henry. I thought you'd be delighted to see me. We haven't seen each other for 7 long years. That wasn't nice not to have a chat with your ex-partner, was it?
Well, I was awfully busy. I have a lot of work to do. You know how it is.
No, I don't.
I didn't know you were out already. I thought you had 3 more years to go.
I did, but good behavior cut 3 years off my sentence.
Well, that's wonderful, Charlie. I'm glad you're out. It must have been a terrible experience. You've changed. It was a little hard to recognize you at first.
Perhaps the prison pallor doesn't become me. And my hair has turned completely gray. I don't look so good, do I, Henry? Not like you with a Florida tan.
How's Helen?
My wife's dead.
She's dead? Oh, why, I'm terribly sorry. What'd she die of?
She died of heartbreak.
Oh, poor Helen. She was always such a sensitive woman. What about your son, Alan?
He disappeared after his mother died. I don't know where he is. He never wrote me while I was in jail. Never forgave me for bringing ruin and suffering upon his mother. You see, he was sensitive, too.
You've had a pretty hard time of it, haven't you, Charlie?
Your sympathy is touching.
Well, I hope you'll drop around again sometime when I'm not so busy.
I'm not leaving yet, Henry.
I've got some important work to finish. If you come around in a week or so, perhaps I'll have a spot for you, something in your line.
Don't be so nervous, Henry. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet.
Kill me? Why should you want to kill me?
I was wondering how long you'd put on this innocent act. All this concern about my welfare, about my wife and son. Why, you slimy rat, if it weren't for you, I'd never have gone to prison. My wife would be alive today, and my son wouldn't be embittered against me.
I swear to you, it wasn't my fault. Believe me, Charlie, I had nothing to...
You should have known that sooner or later I'd be freed. Did you think I was ever going to forget how you framed me?
I didn't frame you. It was out of my hands. I couldn't do a thing.
My wife died and my son disappeared. I had no reason to live. Just one thing that kept me alive. A fine and beautiful vengeance I had worked out for you. I thought of you constantly as I tramped the prison yard. I lay awake at night, smoothing out my plans to pay you back for all you've done to me. 7 years. You can think of an awful lot of things.
It was all Grayson's fault, I tell you. He's the one to blame.
I nourished and built my hate for 7 long years. I cultivated it as I would a garden, so that it isn't a hot, violent anger anymore. Oh, no. It's a cool, efficient hate that works by blueprint. I look at you now as an engineer would at something he must destroy. And you're as good as dead, Henry.
No, Charlie. No, I can explain everything. Just give me some time.
I could kill you now, but you'd only suffer a few minutes, and then it would be all over. That would never equal the years of torture and suffering that I've gone through. But I won't disappoint you, Henry. I am going to kill you. But not until you've gotten a fair idea what 7 years of suffering means.
I tell you, Charlie, it wasn't my fault. Grayson made me do it. He made me water those stocks under your name.
So it was Grayson. Poor Grayson went to prison where he got sick and died. He framed himself, didn't he? Come now, Henry, pull yourself together. You ought to be able to concoct a better alibi than that silly one. You were quite a brilliant fellow once. Why, with one swoop, you got rid of 2 partners. And you thrived during these 7 years while I was away. I hear you're one of the biggest brokers in the city now. Climbed over the backs of 6 people.
Oh, look, Charles, let's be reasonable. I'll give you an important position in my company. It'll be a good-paying job.
A job? What for? What do I want money for? I have no family, no one to work for, care for. I have only one thing left in my life. And that, Henry, is to see you go to the next world in the most agonizing way possible. Goodbye, Henry. You can spend the rest of the afternoon most profitably by making out your will. Henry Norton's cold and clammy hands were trembling as Charles Blair left his office. The impact of seeing this ghost from his past left Henry's mind in a whirl of confusion. His mind turned to flight, if that was impossible. His money, his very life was wrapped up in his business. He couldn't flee. His brain in a turmoil, unable to do any work, Henry got his hat and coat and left his office. He arrived home, badly unnerved, and retired to his study to give the problem of Charles Blair further thought. But he was interrupted.
See who that is, Miss Dean. If it's Mr. Blair, don't let him in. I'm never into him, understand?
Yes, Mr. Norton, I understand.
How do you do, madam? Is this the Norton home?
Yes, what can I do for you?
I'm Mr. Madden. I'd like to see the head of the household.
Just a moment, please.
Who is it?
He says his name is Madden.
Madden? I don't know anybody by that name. Has he got gray hair?
No, Mr. Norton, his hair is black.
All right. All right, I'll see him. Did you want to see me, sir?
Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Norton?
Yes, I am.
All right, boys, bring it in. Just put it down by the door for the moment, boys. That's it.
Hey, what's going on here? Why are you bringing a coffin into my apartment? Who are you?
Well, now, if you please, I'd like to see the body.
Body? What body? What's this all about? What's this coffin doing here?
We've come for the body of Henry Norton.
You must be crazy. I'm Henry Norton. You?
I'm sorry. I must have gotten the names confused. What was your brother's name?
I have no brother, and there's no body in this house. If this is some stupid joke, I don't think it's funny at all.
I'm not in the habit of playing jokes, sir. I've been an established undertaker for many years. Here's my card.
Well, the devil take your card. Who put you up to this?
Some man came to my parlor yesterday and arranged for the funeral of Henry Norton. He paid for everything in advance.
Some man? What was his name?
He didn't leave any name.
Charlie Blair. What did he look like?
Remember, rather tall, I think. His hair had turned white.
Blair. So it was Blair trying to frighten me. Get out. Get out of here, you stupid fools. Take that coffin back with you.
I'm not used to being spoken to like that, Mr. Norton.
Get out of here before I throw you out.
Come on, boys.
Wait a minute. Don't leave that coffin here.
It's all paid for, Mr. Norton. It's yours now. Keep it. You might need it sometime.
Before Henry could call Madden the undertaker back, he was gone. Henry turned from the door and stared at the new coffin on the floor. It even had a plate on it with his name engraved. Unable to stand the sight of the coffin, Henry fled to his study and locked himself in. Unable to sleep, he spent the night trying to think of a way to escape Charles Blair's vengeance. The following morning found Henry haggard and distraught, and no closer to a solution of his problem. As he ate a tasteless breakfast, the doorbell rang. Miss Dean, the housekeeper, went to the door. A minute later, she returned.
Who was that, Miss Dean?
It was the postman, Mr. Norton. His special delivery package came for you.
Oh, must be the new field glasses I ordered. Here, let me have it. Nice of them to wrap it in the gift box. Kind of a small box, though. Guess it isn't the binoculars after all.
Someone sent you a gift.
Probably one of my clients. Wait a minute. You hear anything?
Hear what?
It's ticking. I'll put it to your ear. Listen.
Yes, I hear it now.
It's throbbing. It's a time bomb.
Oh.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
Time bomb? Oh.
It'll go off any minute.
Well, what are we going to do?
Here, take it. Throw it away.
Where?
Out of the window, anyplace.
No. There's people outside.
Don't stand there like an idiot. Throw it out.
I'll throw it in the bathtub.
Hurry before we get blown to bits.
Dear, I hope it doesn't explode in my hand.
Henry Norton stood frozen with fear as Miss Dean raced with the package to the bathroom. A moment later, he heard the water gushing in the tub. Aware of the danger he was in, he hastily retreated to the library, which was the farthest room in the house from the bathroom. There he crouched in the corner, feverishly mopping his brow. 10 minutes later, a police car raced up to the house, and the doorbell rang.
We're from the bomb and alien squad. Where's the package?
It's in the bathtub. I turned the faucet on.
That won't do it, good lady. Where's the bathroom?
That door on your left.
All right, you stay here. Jim, you come along with me. Okay, here's the bathroom. You better stand back a little, Jim. I'll take a look at it myself. Well, It isn't ticking anymore. Might be safe to open it now. Well, here goes. Why, it's only an alarm clock. Someone must have wound it up before he sent it out. Now, who'd want to do a fool thing like that?
That night, Henry Norton found it hard to sleep. He tossed and turned for hours, and it seemed he had hardly closed his eyes before he awoke with a start, certain there was someone in the room.
Who's there? There's somebody in this room. I know it. I'll turn the light on.
Never mind the light.
It's you, Charlie. What do you mean by breaking into my room in the middle of the night?
Get dressed, Henry.
Get dressed? What for?
You and I are going somewhere.
You're crazy. I'm staying right here. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police.
If you call the police, they'll find only you here. Dead. Get dressed, Henry.
All right. I'm getting dressed, but you won't get away with it.
Make it fast. Don't make any unnecessary noises. Remember, it's with great control I keep myself from pressing the trigger.
Well, I'm coming. I've got to get my clothes on, don't I?
You're not going to a dance. Just put your shoes on and get into your coat.
Where are we going at this hour?
Don't be impatient. You'll find out soon enough.
You're not going to kill me.
You'd better stop stalling.
I'll get my coat. It's in the closet.
Go ahead and get it. You make one suspicious move and you're a dead crook. Are you ready?
Yes.
Walk in front of me. We're going out through the back door. Now, into the car. You're going to drive.
You want me to drive?
That's what I said, and don't plan anything. Only takes a fraction of a second to fire a gun. You'll follow my directions carefully. And drive slowly.
How much further are we going?
Not much further, Henry. Stop a little ahead of that tombstone sign.
Oh, we're near the cemetery. Look, Charlie, I know I did you a great wrong. Maybe we can work out something. I've got lots of money.
Stop here. We're getting out.
Oh, be reasonable, Charlie. Let's talk.
The tombstone cutting establishment. Keep walking between the two rows of tombstones. Because this is our destination.
Please, Charlie, don't. I'll do anything. I'll turn over half my money to you.
Why not all?
All right, I'll give you everything I have.
I don't want any of your money. And I'm not going to kill you yet. You see the tombstone in front of you? You see it? I'll turn the flashlight on it so that you can read it. Yeah. Well, go ahead, read it.
Henry Norton, born March 15, 1899. Died October 24th, 1947. October 21st. Why, that's Tuesday, the day after tomorrow.
That's right. The day after tomorrow. You have 2 whole beautiful days to live. But since you're the worrying type, you'll probably die 1,000 deaths in those 2 days. 8 o'clock Tuesday night. Your infamous career will come to a sudden and violent end.
You'll never get away with it. Nobody can get away with murder.
All right. That's why you're going to die in 2 days. I suggest that about 5 minutes to 8 you crawl into the coffin I sent you. It will save time. Funerals are so disagreeable. The sooner you get it over with, the better.
You're inhuman, Charlie.
Am I? Then you don't accept my generous offer? You prefer to be put out of your misery right now?
No, not now.
Why, you're shivering, Henry. Better button up your coat. You're liable to catch cold.
Imagine dying in the midst of a sneeze. Well, shall we go? Or would you rather look around at some of the other tombstones? Being so rich, you might prefer marble instead of granite.
No, I want to go back
Perhaps
home.
you'd like to look over the nice cemetery I picked for you. It's just the other side of this yard. I'm sure you'd like to see where you're going to be buried.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't like to see anything.
Not even curious. Well, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't make any difference where you're buried after you're dead.
Please, let me go home. I can't stand anymore. Please, let me go.
Come now, Henry. You mustn't go to pieces. Why, you're trembling all over. We thought you were a nervous breakdown. You must be very tired. You've had such a hard day.
Oh, you're driving me mad. Please, let me go.
No pride at all. You ought to meet your fate with defiance instead of oozing out like a blob of melted jelly. All right. Come on. We'll go back to the car. You can return home and go back to bed now, if you think you can sleep.
The morning of October 21st arrived, and Henry Norton's nerves were a little calmer. He had been promised a police guard, and detectives were searching the city for Charles Blair. He was reading the morning paper at home when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Henry.
Charlie, it's you.
Very much me, Henry. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I forgive you for your joke on me the other night.
Joke? I wasn't joking, Henry. In fact, I called now to ask if you would like an elaborate funeral with flowers or just simple services with no one but your intimate friends present. Oh, but how foolish of me. I forgot you have no friends. So my call was useless. But I'll see you tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. Goodbye, Henry.
Operator. I must trace that call. Please tell me where it was coming from. Yes, I'll wait. Huh? What? The Judson Funeral Parlors? Well, that's in this block. O'clock. My head's splitting. Are there any aspirins in the house, Miss Dean?
Yes, they're in the medicine cabinet. Shall I get them for you?
No, never mind. I'll get them myself. Tonight I'm supposed to die at 8 o'clock. That's fantastic. Blair can't carry out his plan. Not if I had police protection. I've nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. Here are the aspirins. I'll take a couple of them. Oh, my head's splitting. No, maybe they're poison. That's right. They do look too large for aspirins. They are poison. Got to be on my guard. Death may come in 100 different ways. Got to be on my toes. Oh, my headache. That's nothing. I won't take any aspirins.
Dinner's ready, Mr. Norton.
No, I'm not hungry.
Oh, but you must eat. You haven't eaten all day. How about a little broth? It'll warm you up.
All right, yes, I do feel cold. Can't seem to get warmed
Well, I'll
up.
get it for you.
Why, she's so anxious for me to eat. She doesn't like me. She never showed any concern about me before.
Here it is, Mr. Norton. Would you like some croutons with it?
No, nothing else. Something's wrong. This broth, it has a peculiar bitter taste.
Just some spice I put in.
You're lying, Miss Dean.
Lying? Why should I be lying?
You're trying to poison me. Blair's put you up to this, but I'm too smart for the both of you. He'll never get me that way.
You're crazy, Mr. Norton. I put up with plenty from you, but I've had enough. I'm leaving. You're a hard, mean man. I wanted to tell you that for a long time, and if anybody wants to poison you, he must have good reasons.
Get out, you bourgeois.
I'm going. You can get yourself a new housekeeper.
Good riddance. You tried to poison me. Good thing I didn't swallow it. Who's there?
It's the police.
Oh, just a second. Police. It's about time you got here.
You're Henry Norton?
Yes, of course I am. Come in, come in.
I'm Officer Gibson, Mr. Norton. I was sent to act as your bodyguard. I was told someone's trying to kill you.
Yes, 8 o'clock tonight.
You don't say. Even told you the exact time.
Yeah, what precinct did you say you came from?
I didn't say, but I'm from the 16th precinct.
Who's your captain?
Captain Donovan, Tom Donovan. Say, what's all this about?
I just want to make sure you're a real policeman.
What do I look like, a fireman?
I've just got to make sure. You got any credentials?
Why, of course I have. Here's my identification card, and here's my badge.
I guess you're okay. I've got to be careful. Blair's promised to kill me at exactly 8 o'clock tonight. He's capable of any trick.
Well, you don't have to worry, Mr. Norton. The chances are that he's just trying to frighten you. But if he's serious, he won't get very far.
You don't know him. He's an inhuman fiend.
Well, I'll take care of him if he comes.
Say, you don't speak like a policeman. Your English is too good. You were sent here by Charlie Blair. You're a fake.
I happen to be a college man who became a policeman. Nothing strange about that, is there? Why don't you call the precinct and make sure?
I will. I'll call him right away. Hello, operator. Give me the 16th Police Precinct Station. Hello, 16th Precinct? This is Henry Norton. Did you send an officer named Gibson to my house? Oh, you did? I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Sorry, you can't be too careful.
Well, that's okay. I understand how you feel.
What time is it?
It's 2 minutes to 8.
Is that the exact time? My watch says 3 minutes to 8.
I checked my watch by radio just an hour ago.
He'll be here. I know it.
I don't think so. No man in his right mind would walk into a trap.
It's 8 o'clock.
Your hall clock is off about a minute. Well, say, you're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I'm frightened.
He certainly put a scare into you.
What was that noise?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm sure I heard something move.
Oh, it's just your imagination.
Oh. Well, what time is it?
Just 8 o'clock. As a matter of fact, it's a few seconds after 8.
There he is. There he is. It's him. He's come.
Stay right here. I'll answer it.
Don't leave me.
No, you stay here. That's funny. No one's at the door. I'll take a look outside.
Hello, Henry. Charlie, how'd you get here? You see, Henry? I keep my appointments. I got a boy to ring the bell at exactly 8 o'clock. I've been hiding in your house for hours. No, don't, Charlie, please. You can have everything. I promise I'll give you back everything I took from you.
In less than a minute, you're going to die.
Help! Gibson, save me!
The door is locked. No one can save you. In a moment, your heart will be ripped apart by a piece of lead. Just one terrific moment of agonizing pain. Then you'll be dead.
Open our door, Norton.
Help, he's going to shoot.
Open the door.
You see? No one can help you now. This torture is only a minute for you, but it was 7 years for me. Pity you want so much to live.
Mr. Norton! I'm going around to the side door.
Please, Charlie, I'll do anything.
No use crawling, getting on your knees. I'm going to shoot you when I count 3.
No.
1.
No. Help!
2.
Gibson, save me!
What's going on here? Why did you lock me out? And just who are you?
I was playing a joke on my friend.
A joke? You just shot him. Hand over your gun.
Yeah. But I didn't really shoot him. You can see for yourself. I just fired a blank.
Huh? That's why Norton is lying on the floor?
He's just fainted.
We'll see. Keep your hands up.
He wasn't shot. There's no wound. Not a drop of blood anywhere.
That's right.
I only meant to scare him. He's in a deep faint. We had better call the doctor.
So, you only meant to scare him. Well, Norton's dead. You frightened him to death.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? Poor Henry Norton. Imagine dying from the noise of a blank cartridge. His nerves were really on edge, weren't they? Oh, well, at least he got a free coffin and tombstone, and he doesn't have to worry anymore about dying. What happened to Charles Blair? Well, he's still in prison, of course, because you don't get away with murder, even when you kill with a blank cartridge. And speaking of murder, I recall another case in which a lovely young girl was able... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Santos Ortega, Agnes Young, Ted Jewett, and Neil O'Malley. Original music was played by Paul Tubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled Invitation to Death. Another strange and terrifying tale of the mysterious traveler. This program came from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action follows in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, these past few months, in talking about Olga Coal, I've put a lot of emphasis on what your friend, the Olga dealer, is doing for you. Now I'd like to say a word about what you're doing for him and for us. When you realize what he's up against, I know you give him credit for a fine job under terrific wartime handicaps. But without your help, he could get nowhere. I want to thank you, the Olga customer, for your cooperation under wartime difficulties. I want you to know that we appreciate your help in putting up with conditions beyond our control which cause you inconvenience. You're being good customers now, just as you were before the war, and will be after victory when we can again deliver the coal 100%. And now your friend the Hermit has a few words to say.
Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Plantation Mystery? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
It doesn't matter what I told you previously. I changed my mind.
That's what I can't understand, Mr. Grenfell.
What can't you understand?
You promised that if I would bring my family and come to this plantation with you, I should share in half the profits.
And why should you share in half of them?
Haven't I worked hard, Mr. Grenfell? Haven't I done, well, at least my share of the work?
And haven't you been paid your regular wages?
My regular wages have been pretty small, Mr. Grenfell. Not much more than we paid the natives.
I'll not discuss the matter with you any further.
But you've got to listen to me. It isn't only myself I'm thinking
Don't
of.
give me a story about it being your family that is suffering.
Oh, not suffering exactly, but my wife hasn't been happy here on Cook's Island. She wants to go back to the States.
I see. So if I gave you a share in the banana crop, the coconut crop, and the copra, you'd leave the island.
No, sir. I wouldn't leave. I'd let Ruth take the children and return to her folks and home for a year. But unless you pay me my share, I can't do that.
I'm too busy today to listen anymore.
When I came here with you, this plantation was all run down, Mr. Grenfell. Needed so many repairs. First, the natives didn't want to work here. They said the place was haunted. I got them over that.
Well?
You never treated me like this when we worked together in New York.
I've stood enough from you. Enough of your sobbing. I lost a fortune in the States, didn't I?
Yes, you did, Mr. Grenfell. And when you lost everything, I did too.
My great-grandfather Grenfell owned this land here on Cook's Island. I borrowed money to get us transported here. Didn't I borrow money for machinery, tractors, equipment?
Yes.
Now it looks as if I may make another fortune here on the plantation. So now you want to share my good luck. Want half of all I make. I told you, Tom, with me, it's impossible.
Haven't I helped you to earn it?
I've stood enough. Now get out. You hear me? Get out. I signed no papers telling you I'd give you half. You have nothing on me. You don't like my decision, then quit working for me.
But I don't want to do that.
All right, stay. Stay and accept your regular wages. But right now, get out of my sight.
You just don't seem like yourself.
Get out! There's the door. Use it. Stay away from me until you can take my orders and obey them. No one is going to dictate to me.
Phil, what the world's wrong?
And you keep away from me, too.
I'll not do anything of the kind. You were having words with Tom with me.
Yes, I was, if it's any of your business.
Sit down, Phil. You're shaking. You're white. You shouldn't get so angry.
I've had all I can stand today.
Well, what's the trouble?
Myrna, because you're my wife, you don't have to know everything.
What has come over you lately?
Nothing.
There's something wrong, Phil. I've noticed it.
You've noticed what?
How strangely you act. How unlike yourself. Why should you fight with Tom with me? He's been so grand to us since we came here to the island.
I don't want to talk about it.
Phil, I've been thinking that you ought to give Tom and Ruth better accommodations.
Oh, you have you?
Yes. That house of theirs is no better than the ones the natives live in. And with their 3 children, it isn't fair.
I suppose you'd like to take them into this house and live with us.
Well, yes, it's so large we could all live here.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Give him too much power and the native will think he's the owner here, not me.
What does it matter what the natives think?
It matters a lot. For some reason which I don't know. There's been a story passed down to these natives concerning great-grandfather Grenfell.
I know. Kulu's intimated it.
Of course he has. I have to keep power over them, or they might not work for me. Let them think I'm afraid of anybody, or they quit. Now, you see, I know how to run my business.
I think the natives, just as Tom Whitney and I, will appreciate kindness. We haven't been receiving it lately from you. Phil, you've changed.
I've heard enough of that, too.
Somehow today, you don't even look like yourself.
I'm going into my office. Don't talk about my affairs to me again, please.
All right, Phil.
Wait. What's that? Who just walked past this room?
I don't know. I didn't see anyone.
You heard them, didn't you?
I thought I heard someone walk past, yes.
So did I. Someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation. Kulu! Kulu!
I sent Kulu on an errand, Phil. He's not in the house.
Stay still.
What is it?
Be quiet. Listen. You hear someone walking?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
It sounds as if they were walking down those 3 steps right ahead of us. The ones that lead to my office.
Yes, it does, but if they were, we could see them.
If you sent Kulu on an errand, and I sent Poto over to the packing sheds for me, who can it be?
Let's go in your office and see if there is someone there.
All right. Wait a minute. Stand still.
Phil, what is it?
Still. Don't move. Someone walking right near us. They walk a few steps and stop. A few more and then stop. I heard it yesterday, the day before. Someone seems to be following me wherever I go.
Let's go to your office.
Yes. Well, there isn't anyone in here.
No. No, it must have been our imagination. Phil.
Hey.
Look, the door.
The door.
It's swung shut slowly all by itself.
As if some unseen hand was gradually closing it. Listen. That's walking. Someone is still moving outside.
And a laugh. An awful laugh.
I'm going to find out what this is all about.
What's wrong? Can't you open it?
No. It doesn't seem to be locked. But it seems as if someone is holding this door. I can't pull it open.
I'll help you, Phil. Someone is holding it.
Sure they are.
Kulu, is it you? Let us out the door.
Pogo, is it you? Let us out.
Well, certainly they wouldn't hold the door against us. It's someone with tremendous strength.
Someone is trying to play tricks on me. I'll fix them.
Oh, Phil.
Wait. Look.
Why, it just opened. As easy as anything. They're walking again.
So close to us, we could reach out and touch whatever it is. The laugh again. Those natives are playing tricks on me. 3 days, 3 nights I've heard this sound of walking and weird laugh. Now you hear it. I tell you, if I don't find out what it is, it will drive me mad.
Come back in, Mr. Brown. We'll question Toto and Kulu. They may be able to give us an explanation.
I'm going to have this house guarded day and night. I'll find out what it is.
Sit down, Phil. You're going to make yourself ill.
Who could have been holding that door? And who could be walking near me all the time? And yet be so invisible that I can't see them? Does anyone answer? Someone is trying to play a trick on me. Attempting to frighten me. Get me out of this house.
Look. Was the door to your strongbox open when we came in here before?
No.
It's his now.
Simply.
What did you have in it?
Money. Money. Every cent of money that I made on a banana transaction. It's gone.
But how did anyone get in here? We just stepped out for a minute.
Gone. Every bit of money gone.
I can't understand.
Someone came in here, took it.
But how did they get in without us seeing them?
I see it all now. Through this window, this open window. That's how they got in.
While we were trying the door?
Yes. And I know who it was. I know who it is trying to devil me.
Who is it, Phil?
Getting the natives lined up against me, I know now.
But who?
I'll have him jailed for this, the thief. Stealing my money, trying to drive me mad so he can own this plantation. I know who it is. It's Tom Whitney. He is going to jail for this.
What's wrong with the natives tonight, Kulu?
They mad. Very mad.
Why, Kulu?
They no like Master Grenfell.
But tell me why, Kulu.
Or put Master Whitney in plantation jail. They no like.
Can't you explain to them that he stole Mr. Grenfell's money?
They say he no take it.
Then, do they know who took it?
They say plantation haunted. Strange man. Dead man. He take money.
Oh, nonsense. You know better than that. How could some dead person take money?
Kulu no say. Plantation haunted. Kulu father, he tells story to him.
That's silly. Can't you get the natives to stop beating drums and that horrible chanting?
Oh, Kulu no stop him.
Where's Toto?
He with others. He say he no work this house. Kulu go too. Strange sound. Strange walk-in house. Kulu hear it.
But you can't leave me, Kulu. Please ask the natives to stop.
They stop, maybe you take boss man out jail.
But Mr. Grenfell won't do that, Kulu. He thinks Mr. Whitney is guilty. He thinks he's hidden the money away.
Kulu say no. Native workers say no. They all go.
Let them leave, then.
Somebody come in darkness.
Yes, I see coming this way. Oh, it's Ruth. Good evening, Ruth. Come up on the porch. Kulu, you tell the natives to disperse. Get away from this house.
Kulu, go tell what Lady House say.
Sit down, Ruth.
Where's Mr. Grenfell, Miller?
He's sitting in his office.
Do you suppose it was doing good to talk to him?
I don't know, Ruth.
You know Tom is innocent. You know he wouldn't take money.
I don't know what to say. Tom and Phil had an argument the day it was stolen.
I know. Tom came right over to our quarters and told me about it. He was right there at the time the money was stolen. Myrna, you know I don't lie.
I've tried to talk to Phil, but it isn't any use.
Tom wouldn't take anything that didn't belong to him.
But he thought Phil had mistreated him. Oh, Ruth, why don't those natives stop that horrible beating of the drums?
They won't. Not as long as Mr. Grenfell keeps Tom in prison. They're in sympathy with him.
And it only causes more trouble. For Phil says that he won't let them dictate to him. He thinks they want to drive him off the plantation.
Myrna, I'm going in and plead with your husband. He can't mistreat Tom this way. They've been friends for years. You can go talk with him, Ruth, but I can't promise that it'll do any good. Tom says he can keep him there forever, as long as he's innocent. But I can't have this happen. I hope you can get him to change his mind. Who was that man? We're still. It's coming from his office. Hurry. We're coming, Phil. We're coming. Mr. Grandpa, what is it? What happened?
Water, get me water.
You stay with him, Ruth. I'll go get the water. What happened? What is it?
Almost got me. Almost killed me.
Who did? What happened?
Oh, water. Tell her to hurry. I'm choking.
She'll be here in just a moment. What? Mr. Grenfell, there are huge red marks on your neck.
Almost killed me.
Yes. Oh. Look at his neck, Myrna. He says someone tried to kill him. Oh, Phil!
I'll find out what this is. I'll find out.
Can you tell us what happened?
I don't know exactly. I was sitting here at my desk, adding up my account, and all of a sudden I heard that walking we heard the other day.
Yes?
It was right outside this room. But I didn't move. I thought perhaps I could catch whoever it was. So I sat perfectly still. Throughout my life.
Yes, Phil?
While I was sitting here, perfectly still, I heard the walking.
Who is it? Who's there? It's you, Kulu. Hold on. What do you want? Get away from me. Get away. I tried to get you to hear me. But the ladies were making so much noise outside you didn't come.
We heard you call for help. Yes, we came immediately.
It seemed as if he would never come. But whoever it was left as suddenly as they came in.
We didn't see anyone, Phil. You see, Mr. Grenfell, it must be the same person who took your money. You see, it wasn't Tom. He's in jail. Oh, we've got to get away from this plantation. We've got to.
It may not have been your husband, Mrs. Whitney. But he's hired someone to kill me.
You know he wouldn't do such a thing.
I don't know anything of the kind. But this I do know. No one will drive me away from this plantation, never. And when I find out who it is that's trying to make away with me, when I find out who is working for Tom with me, I'll have them both killed. Both of them. Get the light again.
You hear that? Someone walking outside this room.
Again. Here again. I'll get them this time.
There's something white standing there in the doorway.
I'll stop this.
Phil!
I'll stop whoever it is.
Don't you cry like that. Stop!
Trying to kill me.
And Phil shot at the figure that stood in the doorway, at the hideous laugh, and the strange walking. Who is it? Huh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
I have a thought to fire at you in connection with that good Olga coal. When you think of war as we know it today, there are no non-combatants. Everybody gets hit in some way or other by the gasoline shortage, the food shortage, the paper shortage, or the fuel shortage. The way to win the war fast is to give war needs a number one priority. That puts us ordinary civilians way down on the list. It pinches us on a lot of things, and when we're pinched, we howl. Well, that's as it should be. We're lucky enough to live in a country where we're free to howl to our heart's content. But we're also free to know that the things we do without are helping us to keep our freedom. So if and when your friend, the Olga dealer, hasn't any of that good coal, or can't deliver the size or quantity you'd like, remember, it's the war. I often think our dealers wish they were in the service or on some other job that's nice and quiet compared to keeping customers supplied with coal. And I'll even go so far as to guess that when they can't sleep nights, instead of counting sheep, they spell OLGACOAL over and over again to themselves until they drop off out of this troubled world and get a bit of rest until the next morning when the alarm clock reminds them that they'll have to face the telephone again. But I'll not be able to face the Hermit if I take any more of his time, so come on in, Hermit.
And Phil accuses Poto of working for Whitney, jails him, lets it be known that he's going to get rid of him. And then, a few nights later...
Kulu, where are you going? Kulu, you can't leave me all alone with Mr. Grenfell. He's ill.
Kulu, leave house.
Where are all the natives? Where've they gone?
Natives meet top volcano hill. Kulu, go too.
Don't you understand? Mr. Grenfell is ill. I can't be here alone with him.
Kulu, come back. Maybe.
You mustn't take sides with the natives. You know Poto was found lurking near the rear of the house. You know he tried to kill Mr. Grenfell.
I go now.
Please hurry back.
Maybe come back later. Go now.
Phil, Kulu just left to join the others.
Where'd he go? Where did he say the natives had gone?
They're meeting on top of Volcano Hill.
Just what I thought. They're planning to take Whitney and Poto out of the jailhouse. But they won't do it. I've got help coming from the town. They should be here in an hour or so.
I think we should get away from here. It's been terrible these last few days.
I'll never leave.
What's more, I think you should give Whitney his freedom.
Don't talk to me. Give him his freedom and let him get the whole native force to work for him. Let him make my plantation go to ruin unless I give him part share in the crops.
Well, don't you think you ought to give him his share and stop all this?
I never will. They'll have Poto strung up for trying to take my life.
Poto claims he didn't. You're ill, and you seem to be turning anywhere for revenge.
That's it, is it? You want someone to kill me, do you?
No.
Maybe you're at the bottom of all this, along with Whitney and the natives.
Phil.
I'm going to make a fortune here, just as my great-grandfather before me. You can all leave me if you want to.
But your great-grandfather died of fever on this island, didn't he? What good did all the money do him?
He left a fortune for my father's father, didn't he?
Yes, and your grandfather was smart enough to get out of this country.
I'll leave, too. As soon as I made money. As soon as I get rid of Whitney and subdue these natives, I'll make it.
Don't get so excited. It's not good for you. Now, you see, you're shaking again. You better let me take you to your room.
All right, I'll go. As soon as the authorities come from town, tell them to guard this house night and day.
I will. Now come to your room and go to bed. You're so weak. Here, lean on me.
I'll be all right. If I could only get Poto to confess that it was he who tried to kill me.
You aren't sure, are you?
I'll never be sure. But someone tried to do away with me.
It's all been so strange, so weird.
Light the light.
All right.
Get me upset again and I won't be able to sleep.
Oh, now I've forgotten your medicine.
What I've never been able to figure out was if it was Poto standing there the night I shot it, why didn't I hit him?
I don't know. Only I guess he had vanished in the house before you shot.
Yes, that's it. And that's why he was found at the rear of the house. He had run out into the garden. When I chased him, he yelled to me that it was he, so I wouldn't shoot.
Yes. Now, don't think about it tonight. I'll go downstairs and get your sleeping powder, and you get ready for bed.
No one will drive me away from this plantation.
I'll be right back, Phil.
Oh. Who closed that door? Who closed it? There's someone in this room. I can't see them. What is it? No, help! Get away from me! No!
Phil, the natives are coming this way with lighted torches. They're coming straight for this house. Look out the window, you see? Here they come. Phil, what is it? What's happened? Oh, great heavens. Look at his neck. All red, huge marks. Phil, can't you speak to me? Well, they're setting fire to the house. Help! Stop! My husband! Help! Here! Hey, Mr. Grenfell, do you hear me? The house is all afire! Help! We'll burn to death! Help! Phil is unconscious. I can't move him out of here. Someone save us!
We've got to get out of here.
Tom, look. It's Phil. He's dead or dying.
I'll carry him. You get out of here as fast as you can. Here, wrap this blanket around you. Go by the back stairs.
Oh, Tom, why are they burning our house?
Never mind. Get out of here. The natives have gone mad. Can you make it? To the left, down the back stairs. Hurry. It's getting a good start. This wall may cave in. Keep running. Far away from the house.
Oh, you're safe, Tom. What's happened to Mr. Benson? Put him here on the ground, Tom.
Phil.
Was he overcome? No. It's worse than that. I found him in his room unconscious. Huge marks on his throat.
Phil. Mr. Granville.
What is it, Tom? What is it?
It's all over, man. Phil is dead.
Oh, then whoever it was returned and killed him. What native could it be? They were all together.
Yes. Kulu came just a few minutes ago with a crowd of natives to get me and Toto out of jail.
They killed him. And they're burning our house to the ground.
House all gone.
Kulu, look. Mr. Grenfell. Someone killed him.
What native is responsible for this, Kulu?
Native no kill him. House, bad house, gone now. Strange men no haunt house no more.
Kulu, you stay with the girls. You'll find out in the morning what he means. I'm going to stop the natives and keep the fire from spreading to the sheds.
Oh, Ruth. Ruth! Please, God. He's dead.
They found this old box hidden under the floor of the room Mr. Grenfell used for an office.
Did you read all the letters, Tom? Is everything it says?
Yes, I took the liberty of reading them before I brought them to you to read.
I finished reading them. So Phil's great-grandfather outdid a man of his rightful share to plant the plantation?
According to the letters, yes.
And the man committed suicide after he wrote the letter to old Mr. Grenfell, telling him he would haunt this plantation?
Yes. And in the diary left by the great-grandfather Grenfell, he speaks of hearing strange footsteps, like you told Ruth and me about last night.
Well, why had Phil's father never told him of this?
I think because Phil's great-grandfather died a strange death out here. And instead of destroying his letters and diary, the old man must have buried them. I don't think Phil's father or his grandfather ever knew what occurred.
That's why they left this property, though, and came east?
Yes. Of course, the natives have always said this was haunted land.
Then Phil tried to cheat you. And the soul of the man who had been cheated came back and had his revenge.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Phil changed out here. He must have taken on the characteristics of his dead ancestor. It's like transmigration from one soul to another. And with it, the return of a tortured, mistreated man to bring about justice.
Plantation Mystery is solved. A haunted soul did return for revenge. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You've just listened to the 410th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like as promptly as you'd like it, and he can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly, he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the haunted theater. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
Jack Lellman speaking.
Unsolved Mysteries. Some crimes of murder are mysteries because the murderer, having foreseen every difficulty of avoiding detection, has successfully overcome these difficulties and has therefore actually avoided detection. But there are crimes in which the mystery lies in the manner in which the crime was committed. Such is the case of the bridge whist expert, as the New York police termed the slaying of J.B. Maxwell in his apartment, 644 West 70th Street, New York City. Since some of the characters are still alive, names of characters and places have been changed, but the dramatic reenactment is authentic in every detail. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street, New York. The mailman on his rounds waves to a milkman across the street. Police Officer Brown saunters down the sidewalk, and at that moment, a woman walks down the street, up the steps to number 644, takes out a latchkey, opens the door, and walks into the apartment as the clock strikes 8.
Mr. Maxwell, I brought you... Hello!
What's the matter, lady?
He's been shot.
Shot? Where? Tell me here, and have a look.
In here, he was still breathing when I walked into his room.
Well, he's dead now. Drilled clean through the head. What'll I call headquarters? Hello? Hello?
That phone's out of order.
Well, I'll use the one next door. Hey, you, milkman. Instead of standing there at the door gaping, get on the phone and call headquarters. Okay, I'll get him right away. You haven't touched the body?
No, I should say not.
Who are you, anyways, wife?
No, he wasn't married. I'm his housekeeper. I came in just a few minutes ago. I was going to tell him something. I came in here and found him like this.
You were out, huh? You leave the door open when you went out?
No, I was just coming in for the day. I live at my own home.
You found the door locked?
Yes, I had to use my key to get in.
How many people have keys?
Only me and Mr. Maxwell and...
Yeah?
Well, the lock was changed only last week.
Anybody can get in through the back door?
There is no back door. There's a basement door. It's bolted on the inside. Mr. Maxwell must have killed himself. Nobody could have got in.
Killed himself and then went out and hid the gun, I suppose.
Well, I didn't think about the gun.
Anybody here with him last night?
Not before I left.
Maxwell smoked a load of cigarettes?
Not that I know of.
Or was this one here on the mantelshelf when you left last night? Been left burning and charred the shelf?
It wasn't here when I left.
Well, this is probably the DA and his investigators.
There's something else I don't understand.
There's a lot I don't understand.
But Mr. Maxwell wore a wig, and he had artificial teeth. He was very particular that nobody ever saw him without them. And yet he...
Yeah. He doesn't have on his wig, and he doesn't have his teeth in. Where are you, officer? That's the DA. And here, Mr. Wilson. What have you found out, officer? Well, he was shot through the head. House was locked, both doors locked on the inside, and no gun.
He was reading his morning mail when he was shot.
Yes, Gary. Who did him his mail?
He must have got it himself.
He was dead when you came in?
No, he was still breathing.
And he could have let the murderer in himself.
Yeah, but the murderer couldn't get out.
No? Who are you?
The milkman. I called you at headquarters. I was in the street delivering milk for 20 minutes and not a soul but the mailman.
The mailman? You saw him?
Sure. I waved to him.
How long before this woman, Mrs. Lawson, arrived?
Oh, less than 5 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight. No one has come out of this house since the mailman delivered the mail?
No.
Then whoever killed Maxwell is still in the house.
Sorry, Mr. Kelly, but that won't do. I searched the place while we were talking in here, and there's no one in this flat beside us.
Yeah, wait a minute. Maybe you didn't see anyone come out of this flat, but someone did. That's that. Well, Mr. Wilson, I was walking my beat, and I would have seen anyone leave.
Then he was killed earlier than we think.
Oh, couldn't he, Gary? He's got the mail in his hand.
Oh, yes. I realized that as soon as I spoke.
Here's something else to puzzle over. Look at the bullet hole smack in the center of his forehead. Yeah, but look where the bullet hit the wall. Can you beat that? Now then, where would a man have to stand in order to fire a shot on that angle? Over about here, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's all right except for one thing. You're standing 15 feet away from Maxwell, and the shot was fired within 3 feet. See the powder burns?
But a man would have to be lying down on the floor to fire the shot at that angle and leave powder burns.
So it would seem. But what was Maxwell doing, waiting for the murderer to take aim?
Got me beat. It's got more than you beat. Wilson.
Yes?
I'm going out for a minute. Going to call the phone company.
Yes?
Yes. I've got an idea.
I'll be back in a few minutes. See if you can dig up any more, fellas.
Whoever killed Maxwell must have been well known to him. Well, we know that because he admitted the murder himself. He must have. But more than that, he was particular about his appearance. Mrs. Larson said so. He wouldn't have admitted anybody, that is, anybody he didn't know very well, without first putting on his wig and putting in his artificial teeth. So? So the murderer was a man and not a woman. And he was a man from whom Maxwell had no secrets. All good reasoning, Brown. But it neither gives us a motive nor does it explain how the murderer got out without being seen. Yeah, but Mr. Wilson, it does help to explain how the murderer got close enough to Maxwell to kill him at 3 feet without arousing his suspicion. You're right, Brown. You're dead right. Your idea at least narrows the field of search down to Maxwell's immediate friends. Oh, here's Carrie. What'd you find out?
Plenty.
Did you say, Brown, that this phone was out of order this morning?
Yes, sir. I tried to use it, and Mrs. Larson said
I said that the phone had been out of order for several days.
Well, listen to this. The phone company's records show a call, an incoming call at 3 this morning. Then Maxwell called Rockaway, 1841. And at 6:09, he called a number in Garden City. But you, Mrs. Larson, say that the phone has been out of order for days.
I know it has, because the other day the chauffeur drove over here instead of phoning because he said the phone wouldn't work.
Well, it's beyond me. The fellow's shot through the head, apparently makes no effort to fight, must have been shot by someone lying on the floor, doors, both of them bolted, the house under observation for at least 20 minutes, and a man doesn't live that long with a bullet through his brain. I tell you what.
Yeah, what, D.A.?
This place has me jibbery. Let's go down to headquarters, send out the fingerprint boys, and talk it over down in my office where things like this don't happen.
The fingerprint boys went out to the Maxwell flat. They found nothing. No fingerprints but those of the legitimate occupants of the house. The cigarette on the mantel shelf? The Lotus cigarette meant nothing. The investigators never knew before that the Lotus brand of cigarette was so popular. The DA's remarks about talking it over in the office became a joke to the department because every day Carey, Brown, the police surgeon, Wilson, and the fingerprint boys collected there to discuss the murder of the bridge whist expert.
I tell you, Chief, it was robbery. Oh, rubbish. The man had $500 in bills in his pants pocket. $5,000 worth of jewelry lying loose on his bureau.
And if it were robbery, how come the thief gets within 3 feet of him before he plugs him?
And I don't care if it's robbery, mayhem, or anything else. That doesn't explain how the murderer got into a locked house, the windows bolted, killed a man with a .45, must lie on the floor to do it, walks out with the milkman watching, a milkman who swears that no one left the house.
Backed up by the policeman on the beat.
Yes, and the woman, the housekeeper, who says that the murdered man was breathing when she entered the room. Hey, everybody in the neighborhood seems to have been watching the house, and no one, not a soul, sees the murderer leave. And not a soul hears the shot.
What's that you said?
Not a soul heard the shot. My gosh, there's the solution, if only we knew how to apply it.
What have we missed? 8 o'clock? He's dead. Shot through the brain. Powder burns showed the shot was fired within 3 feet. Doors locked. Police outside. Milkman outside. Postman brings mail. So we know he was killed after that.
Do we? Listen, that's the second puzzling remark you've passed in 5 minutes.
Not a soul heard the shot. And do we? The chance remarks of a policeman on the beat. But they were the answers to the riddle which has haunted New York's police department for 15 years. But we believe that we have an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street. A few minutes before 8, a figure, the mailman, walks down the street and up the steps to number 644, rings the bell.
Oh, forgot some mail, did you? I just came to the door a moment ago and got the mail.
No, I'm not the mailman.
You? What on earth is the idea of the disguise?
Don't keep me standing here. You got my letter?
Yes, I got it. Come in. Come in here. You, don't mind if I continue to read my mail?
I'm only interested in one letter in your mail.
Yes?
Yes. Will you give it to me?
No, I won't.
You know what I said to you yesterday over the phone?
Quite well. And I haven't changed my proposition one little bit.
Listen, J.B. As a mother, I'll go down on my knees to plead with you.
Get up off your knees and forget the melodrama.
Look here, J.B. In my handbag...
You little fool. Don't touch that gun.
Listen, J.B. I'm going to kill you.
You idiot. You can't get away with this.
Oh, I can. I planned it. Don't move. I'm promising you. If you move, I'll kill you. You asked about my disguise. Now is it clear? No one notices a mailman. And this gun, J.B. You recognize it. My husband's. It has a silencer. But you, J.B., won't even hear it click. Oh, the letter. Where is it? Ah, under the chair. I'll move it. Oh, he's not so heavy.
The kneeling woman, the moved chair. These were the two things which confused the police when they investigated the acute angle the bullet had made. The mailman's disguise suggested itself to the woman because it was a letter she wished to recover from Maxwell. The mailman's disguise was what confused the witnesses as to the time element. Some of them saw the real mailman, others the murderer in disguise. So, the murderer, partly by luck and partly by planning, had left the New York police another unsolved mystery. Unsolved Mysteries. Down the ages, man has been seeking the answer to the riddle, what happens in the unseen realm beyond? With all our science, we're as far from answering that question as man was in the beginning. But with the accumulated records of the past, the conviction is borne strongly upon some that there is a link joining us mortals with those who have passed this way before. The scene is the famous American newspaper correspondent.
In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense, starring Rosalind Russell.
Hello, Harlow. How's Mr. Autolite by Cornelius Wilcox's fine December evening?
Well, by Cornelius, fit as a fiddle, Hap. How's yourself? All set for winter?
Yep.
Overcoat out of mothballs?
Yep,
Storm windows up? Snow shovel on the back porch?
Well,
Autolite stay full battery in your car?
Harlow, you will
You know, friend, when the bottom drops right out of the thermometer, you'll appreciate a dependable Autolite stay full battery more than ever. Why, everybody ought to switch to Autolite. For those Autolite stay full batteries are just loaded with extra features. First, they have an extra large liquid reserve. Need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. What an extra. And what's more...
Here's the next Autolite stay full battery extra, Harlow. Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Rosalind Russell in Anton Leader's production of The Sisters, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Here is one I think would be very lovely. It has a far superior lining, pure silk, much heavier than the others we've looked at. Do you care for this one, Miss Haskell?
Yes, that's very nice. But I believe I'd like to see something, perhaps even a little better.
Oh, of course. If you will just step over this way, Miss Haskell. Now, here is an exquisite casket. Something that really does honor to the departed.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Now, the interior is just the same as the last, but the casket itself is of bronze, solid bronze.
Won't that be rather heavy?
Oh, yes, but not too heavy. Will there be 6 pallbearers?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter, really. 4 men can carry this very easily, very. Miss Haskell, I want you to notice the floral design here. All hand-wrought, every bit of it. And, yes, notice the seams in this casket. Airtight and watertight, guaranteed. You know, of course, how important that is.
Yes.
Yes. But this casket, in 100 years or even 200 years, will be just as strong and will look just as beautiful as it does on this stand today. You couldn't buy a finer piece of workmanship.
How much would this one be, please?
This casket, Duravo, by the way, Duravo for durability, we say in the trade. This casket is priced at $775. We can't bring back the departed. Our only solace is the knowledge that we have done them the last possible honor.
Very well. I'll take this one.
Oh, I'm sure you are making a very wise choice. In all my years as a mortician, I've never found a family that regretted money spent on a Duravo. Now, let me see.
I'll give you a check.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Not immediately. After the funeral will do. Oh, by the way, we haven't mentioned it. Are we handling the funeral arrangements?
I don't know yet.
Oh, well, you want the casket delivered somewhere?
No. I'd like you to hold it for a while, please.
Hold it? But for how long?
For 3 weeks.
3 weeks? I don't understand. Who is the party, the deceased? Who is the casket for?
It's for me.
Lydia, I thought I heard you come in. Where have you been, Lydia? You've been gone all afternoon.
I've been shopping.
What did you buy? Did you get the ribbons I asked for?
No, I didn't have time.
Oh, I wanted some new ribbons. These are all worn out. See, Lydia?
Ellie, I wish you'd stop putting ribbons in your hair like a schoolgirl. You're almost 40 years old.
I know, Lydia. I know.
Then try to act like it. Oh, hand me my sewing. And light the lamp. It's getting dark.
I wonder why we have to grow old. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had always stayed young like we used to be? Oh, Lydia. Remember when Mother used to send us out to school with our ribbons matching and our dresses matching? And at the end of the day, no one would even guess we were sisters because I was always so mussed and you were always so clean. Oh, I wish we were young again, Lydia.
Stop talking nonsense, Ellie.
It is nonsense, isn't it? Oh, the doorbell rang while you were out, just before you came home.
You didn't answer it?
Oh, no. You told me never to answer it. I just looked out of the upstairs window.
Did you see who it was?
Oh, yes, it was a man. A rather big man. He rang a long time and then he went away.
He didn't see you, did he?
Oh, no. I just peeked ever so carefully from behind the curtains. Then I came down here and watched him going down the walk.
You came downstairs?
Yes.
I told you never to come down those stairs when I'm not in this house.
It was all right, Lydia. I held on very tight to the banisters all the way. And I didn't once look down the stairwell. So I didn't get dizzy, and I didn't want to jump.
Well, don't do it again.
It was just that I was lonely. I didn't think you were ever coming home. Lydia, you didn't tell me what you bought.
A Duravo.
What's that? What's a Duravo?
Don't ask so many questions, Ellie.
All right. Lydia, I think I'll sew, too. I could fix up one of these old ribbons here. May I, Lydia?
Yes, sew. It will be good for you.
Thank you. Lydia.
Yes?
Lydia, could I go shopping someday?
Don't be a fool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought that... No, I suppose you're right. It wouldn't do. Not yet. Lydia, sing with me.
You know I never sing.
There wasn't any mail today.
Wasn't there?
No. I thought perhaps there'd be a letter from David. It's been such a long time since he's written, hasn't it?
I haven't noticed.
Oh, yes. He used to write every week on Tuesday, and I'd get the letter on Thursday. But there wasn't one this week or last or the week before that. Strange, isn't it? But perhaps he's been busy.
Perhaps.
Still, he never used to be too busy to write. I can't understand it. Do you suppose there's some other reason?
What are you trying to say to me, Ellie? Are you hinting perhaps I'm keeping your mail from you?
Oh, no.
Well, you certainly seem to be. Why should I keep David's letters from you?
But I didn't say that. I just said it was strange that David hasn't written, that's all. You wouldn't keep David's letters. I know that, Lydia.
Go on with your sewing.
Yes. I want to finish this ribbon.
Stop singing that. Stop it.
But, Lydia, it's a hymn.
I don't care. I said stop. Or learn something else. That's all you sing day and night, day and night. Same tune over and over and over. Now stop it.
Lydia, sometimes you frighten me. The way you look at me, you make me think that perhaps I'm not getting well. That perhaps I'm still crazy. I'm not still crazy. Am I, Lydia?
Yes?
Good evening. Are you Miss Lydia Haskell?
Yes?
Well, can I speak to you for a minute? I was here this afternoon. There was no one home.
What is it, please?
We had a call from Doan Brothers, the undertakers. I'm from the police department.
Oh, really? I don't see what the police could want with me. Come in if you wish.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Yeah, thank you. There's nothing we want, Miss Haskell, except it's sort of unusual for a woman to order a casket for herself.
Unusual? I've heard of many cases of that kind. People who are alone in the world, there's no one else to look after things.
Oh, yes, sure, I know. Only it's a little more unusual when you can name the date. The undertaker said you wanted the casket held for 3 weeks. Why 3 weeks? There must be some reason for it.
There is. I'm going to die. I shall die in 3 weeks, or perhaps even before. There's no doubt in my mind about it, and that's why I've ordered the casket. You may call it a premonition if you want.
Maybe I could also call it suicide. Well, that's why I'm here, Miss Haskell. I don't know whether you know it, but suicide's a crime in the eyes of the state.
A crime for which there is no punishment.
Not if it's successful, no. But there is prevention.
I know I'm going to die. I feel it. But I have no intention of taking my own life. There's no need to do so.
Miss Haskell, this premonition, as you call it, have you any idea what brought it on?
No.
Have you been speaking to anyone? No fortune tellers or anything like that?
No.
Well, what makes you so sure? How do you know you can trust this premonition? You're not an old woman. I'd say you're in pretty good health. You've got a lot of good years ahead of you.
I have a religion, not a church religion, just one of my own. It preaches that people go on living until they've outgrown their usefulness. Then they die from one cause or another. When that time comes, the desire to live is gone. And only desire keeps the body and soul alive and breathing.
Oh, I don't understand that.
I'm sorry.
Miss Haskell, do you live alone here?
Yes.
No relations, no housekeeping?
I live alone here.
Yeah, it's a pretty large house for a person living alone.
There are 3 floors and far too many rooms. But it's on the outskirts of town. It's quiet, and it gives me the privacy I've been looking for. A privacy which you are invading for the first time since I moved here 5 years ago.
I'm sorry, Miss Haskell. I'm only doing my job. I was told to look you up and find out why you bought that casket.
Then I think we may assume your job is over?
Yeah, I guess so, but the office might ask me to drop back once in a while just to keep in touch, you know.
I won't be at home.
Why? You don't go out very much, I ask. The folks in town say they don't even see you more than once a week.
When you come, I won't be at home.
All right. Sorry to bother you.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Miss Haskell, how are you going to die?
I don't know, nor do I consider it important. Why should you?
Good night.
Good night.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Rosalind Russell in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Extra. Hear all about the big extras you get with the wonderful Autolite Stay Full battery.
How could I help hearing?
Extra number 1. Autolite Stay Full batteries have an extra large liquid reserve. Need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, an Autolite Stay Full battery can give aces to an oasis and still have water to spare.
Here we go.
Extra number 2. Autolite Stay Full batteries have extra large electrical capacity. That means extra power when you need it most by Cornelius. And listen to me, friend. You don't want to get caught with your battery down, so get an Autolite Stay Full battery right away.
Set him up in the other alley.
All right, extra number 3. Autolite Stay Full batteries have fiberglass insulation for extra long life. Why, Methuselah turned green with envy when he heard of those long-life Autolite Stay Full batteries.
Hey, don't quit now, Hollow. You're hot.
Why, by Cornelius, friend, if you knew what I know, you'd switch to Autolite Stay Full batteries right now. You'd pop into your puddle jumper, pour on the power, and set off at a peppy pace down to your nearest Autolite dealer for a splendid new Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery with all the extras. Why, the thought of all those extra features makes me excited, exhilarated, exalted, exhausted.
You'll be an ex-announcer if you don't be quiet and listen to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Rosalind Russell as Lydia, with Miss Lorene Tuttle as Ellie in The Sisters, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After he'd gone, I stood there in the hall thinking. Perhaps I'd made a mistake. Perhaps I shouldn't have gone to the mortician's. I had thought it would be so clever. But I hadn't thought he might become suspicious, send a policeman, send someone snooping around, asking questions, trying to find out things. I was so upset thinking about it, I hadn't heard her come down the stairs. Ellie, what are you doing down here? What are you doing sitting on the steps in the dark?
Lydia.
Haven't I told you never to come down here at night?
Lydia.
What do you want?
I heard that man who was here. Lydia, why did you buy the casket? Why are you going to die? You mustn't, Lydia, you mustn't die. I'd be alone if you died. And you know what would happen. They'd send me away like they did once before. The people in the town would come and find me living here and they'd send me away.
Go up to bed, Ellie. Go to sleep.
How can I sleep? Oh, Lydia, you won't die. Promise me you won't.
I promise you. Now go to bed.
But why did you buy the casket? And the things you said to that man as if you wanted to die. Why, Lydia? Why do you want to die? I don't want to die. No one does.
You have such a lot to live for, haven't you, Ellie?
Yes. I've been happy, Lydia. You made me happy. And someday when I'm well again, I'll go back home. And David will be waiting for me. You know he'll be there. You've always told me he'd be waiting. And he'll see that I'm well again and he'll take me back. I'm not so old, am I? David won't see me as old. He told me that when I was well, no matter how long it took, he'd still see me as a young girl. That's why I've been happy. Just waiting for the time I can go back to David.
Haven't you heard yet? And haven't you learned it? Don't you know yet that you're mad and you'll always be mad?
No, don't say that. I'm getting better, Lydia. Yes. You know I'm getting better.
Yes, of course, putting bows in your hair, sewing ribbons all day long, sneaking about the house at night, spying on me, singing the same hymn over and over and over until I think I'm going mad, too.
Is that why you want to die? To get away from me? Why, I thought you loved me, Lydia.
Why should I love you? Look what life has given me and tell me why. You've always spoiled everything for me, even from the time we were children.
Why, how could I spoil everything? We were just like the same child, Lydia, twins. You were I and I was you.
We looked the same, yes. We were born the same day, yes, and that's where it ended. You were the nice one. I used to hear them say so. You were even the prettiest, they said, as if they could see any difference between us. Well, whatever you wanted, you had. You smiled so beautifully, and I never smiled. I was the sullen one, the dark cloud in the house.
You made it so, Lydia. We all loved you.
When your doll was broken, they gave you mine. When you tore your dancing dress, you took mine.
You gave it to me, Lydia. I remember you gave it to me. You gave it to me.
I've always given things to you. I've given you my whole life. I even gave you David.
Lydia, you were in love with David. He came to our house. Was it you he came to see? Oh, Lydia, I didn't know.
You never knew. No one did. I had to stand by and watch you taken from me. And when you had your first attack, I was glad. People said it was a shame, but I was glad.
Lydia.
Because I knew that he could never have you. Oh, yes, you were going away and be cured. He was going to wait. It wouldn't matter how long it took and how long he waits. You'll never be cured, and he'll never have you, never.
You hate me. You've always hated me. I see it now. Even when you've been taking care of me. When we came to this town, you didn't bring me here so I'd be cured. You wanted to keep me this way. Mad. That's why you took me out of that place. Because they might have made me well again.
Go upstairs.
You hate me. And now you're going to die. Leave me without anyone.
I will not die. Oh, Ellie. Ellie, I'm sorry we had this quarrel. I didn't mean to upset you. It's just that I'm upset myself and tired. I didn't mean the things I said.
You bought a casket.
It was only an idea I had in case anything ever happened to me.
You bought a casket. Lydia, was it for yourself? Or is it for me?
Ellie.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't, would you, Lydia?
What are you talking about?
Hold the lamp up. Hold it close to you. I want to see your face.
Go up to bed.
Yes. I can see it in your eyes. It is for me. You're going to kill me. You're going to murder me.
Don't be a fool, Ellie.
Yes, so you want to get rid of me. Because you hate me. Oh, now I see. You love David. And you're going to kill me. And they'll come and find me and bury me. And they'll think it's you.
Quiet. That's why you bought the casket.
They'll think it's you who is dead because no one knows I'm living here. And then you'll go away and you'll go back to Dave. And you'll say that Lydia has died. And he'll think you are me and that you're well again. And he'll marry you. You'll have him. You'll be Ellie. You'll have David in my place.
Did you hear what I said? Be quiet. Now go upstairs and get to bed.
Oh, Lydia. Lydia. How can you be so wicked?
Ellie. Ellie, are you awake? Ellie. Dear, you mustn't think any more about what we said tonight. Do you hear? It's not so, Ellie. It's just your imagination. You mustn't think about it. It will be bad for you. Are you asleep, Ellie? She's not asleep. She's lying over there on the other side of the room, staring at me through the dark. She knows it was the truth tonight. She was going to die. I'm going to kill her. That quarrel. I shouldn't have let her know. I lost my temper, stupid. Now I must think clearly. Now what was my plan? How was I going to kill her? It mustn't look like murder. They're suspecting Sven. It must be suicide. And it must be soon now that she knows. There. Listen. She's starting again. She's singing again. That hymn. No. I must be calm. Don't get excited. Think clearly. How was I going to kill her? Oh, I wish it were over. I could go back then. Back to David. How quickly she saw through that. That I'd go back in her place. But he'll never suspect. I'll be Ellie to him. Ellie cured and happy again. I'll learn to smile. First she must die. Now, which way is best? The stairs. Of course, the stairwell. She gets dizzy if she looks down into the stairwell. Yes, it will be so easy. In a day or two, that policeman will come back to the house. They'll find her, and they'll think it's me. The stairwell. 3 floors from the attic here. 3 floors straight down. It's so easy when you think clearly. The stairwell, of course. Ellie, you mustn't cry anymore. You hear me? Are you afraid of the dark? I'll light the lamp for you. There, dear. That's better, isn't it? Why, you're shivering. Are you cold? Come. Put your wrapper on. We'll go down to the parlor and light a fire. And I'll make a nice cup of hot milk for you. Come, Ellie. No. Ellie, stop acting like this. Now, come, dear. Here's your wrapper. Put it around your shoulders. That's a girl now. Get up. Get up now. I'll carry the lamp. Give me your hand, dear. Why, you're cold as ice. Now, be careful. Walk slowly. There we are. Now, hold on to the banister, dear. That's right. I'll hold the lamp up high so you can see better.
I'm afraid. The stairwell.
It's right here, dear. You see?
I'm afraid.
Ellie, you must get over that fear. Look, Ellie. Just look down. There's nothing to frighten you. Look down the stairwell, Ellie.
No.
I'm holding you, dear. Now just lean over and look down. You can see all the way.
No, don't make me look. Don't make me.
It's nothing.
No.
It's nothing at all. Now, are you dizzy? I'm holding you.
Let me go. I can't
closer,
stand it.
No, come closer.
No.
Lean over. Lean over.
No.
Do you hear, Ellie?
Let me get back.
Ellie, look down.
No.
Now,
Let
Ellie.
me go.
Lean over.
No.
Look down.
No.
Look down.
strange thing, yes. It was brought to my mind, of course, because this is the house just here.
This one?
The next one we're coming to, yes. She was in to see us just a few days ago. Came in to order the casket. She saw a casket she wanted, and then she told me it was for herself.
She must have had a premonition.
Oh, I notified the police, of course. Why, she said she wanted me to hold the casket 3 weeks. Then, just the day before yesterday, the police came back to the house here and found her lying at the bottom of the stairwell, dead. Oh, she'd been dead about 2 days.
Funny how she knew.
The banister up on the attic floor broke away and she fell.
Did she have any people?
No, let alone, they tell me. We're going to bury her tomorrow. Haskell, the name was.
Haskell. Strange, living all by herself here in a big 3-story frame house.
Yes, isn't it?
Say.
Well, what is it?
My imagination, I guess. I could have sworn I saw a light in the attic window just now.
Oh, it couldn't have been. The police have shut it up.
Yes, of course. That story of yours really gave me the creeps. Let's walk on.
What a queer thing the power of suggestion is. You've conveyed it to me. Well, you know, just now I thought I could hear someone upstairs in there. A woman singing.
A woman?
Yes, sort of crooning to herself. Some kind of hymn.
Hap.
Yes,
look, just supposing you didn't already have an Autolite Stay Full battery in your car, what would be the first thing you'd do tomorrow morning?
Eat breakfast.
Then what?
Well, then
Right. You'd make hay with your coupe, right straight down to your nearest Autolite dealer and ask for an Autolite Stay Full battery, that beautifully built battery with the biggest bunch of bonus features you ever saw. Why, that Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, has extra electrical capacity, and an extra long life. What's more, friends, the Autolite people make over 400 other automotive, aviation, and marine parts in their 26 nationwide plants. Every part famous for its Autolite engineered dependability. And remember, friends, Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Rosalind Russell.
It has been a great pleasure to appear here tonight on Suspense. And I want to thank Tony Leader and his fine cast, and especially Lorraine Tuttle for her splendid performance as Ellie. I know none of you will want to miss James Cagney's appearance next week on radio's outstanding theater of thrills in a story called No Escape, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Miss Rosalind Russell may currently be seen in the independent artist production The Velvet Touch. Tonight's suspense play, The Sisters, was written by George Wells, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Ronald Colman, William Bendix, Ethel Barrymore, Frank Sinatra, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear James Cagney in No Escape.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Autolite salutes the automotive industry on the occasion of the observance tonight in Detroit of the production of the 100th million motor vehicle. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense with Jimmy Cagney.
Harlow, tonight I understand we have an Autolite Suspense special. Every bit as special as your star performance as the Autolite Resistor Spark Plug Maestro.
Is that a plug for me or for my favorites Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs, Hap?
Well, with no offense to either, Harlow, it's neither. Tonight, Jimmy Cagney and Autolite and Suspense are dramatizing one of our great American tragedies. It's so tremendous a problem it warrants our entire nation warring against its grimness and the Grim Reaper who is its symbol. Tonight's suspense story will remind you to drive carefully behind Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs or any other, Harlow.
Then let's join the Autolite audience and listen.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. James Cagney in Anton Leader's production of No Escape, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The only thing I can do now is tell you how it happened, without any bunk. I don't care what you've heard or read about me. I'm not a devil or a mad dog. I don't know what people think happens to a fella. Do they think all of a sudden I turned into stone? I'm no different than anybody else. If I don't eat, I get hungry. If I cut myself shaving, I bleed. I'm just like the next guy, and that's the whole idea. It happened to me, sure, but it would have happened to anybody. It could have happened to you. It was supposed to have been one of them days you circle on the calendar with a red pencil. You see, with a little town like ours, 23 miles from the big city, right on the main highway, we get the speed artists going both ways. Yeah, and every couple of days they manage to leave something behind to remember them by. Like a kid with a broken back or, well, you get the idea. So a couple of years ago, the Chamber of Commerce started a safety campaign to name the safest driver of the year. Something to kind of keep the guys on their toes. And this year, the fellow they chose for the award was yours truly. And tonight was the big doings with a few well-chosen words from me, a lad who was a public speaker, was a wonderful bus driver. I got to the house a little after 6. Teddy, my kid brother, was just leaving.
Hiya, big shot.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, the world's champion driver.
That's me, all right.
Hey, that's a swell picture of you in the paper. You don't look so bad for an older man.
Right, or I'll beat your ears in.
Say, you've called to say you should wear your blue suit and try to look human. That I would like to see.
Me, too.
Sorry, I can't wait, though. I'm late for a date. I'll see you in the morning, and you can tell me how you slaved.
All right, Ted. So long. I gave myself the works. Shower, shave, the blue suit like the lady said. Eve looked after me like I was at least 5 years old. Well, I didn't mind a bit. Ever since Ma died in 42, I kept the house going for Teddy, because a kid needs something like that. But he was getting out of school in June, and then maybe Eve and well, it was nice thinking about it. So nice that I guess I forgot all about the time that was passing. Yeah?
Look, slow motion, you should be halfway over here by now.
Okay, Eve, honey. Got the speech ready?
Yes, but if you don't get moving, you'll be making that speech to a bunch of empty chairs and dirty plates.
Yes, Mama. Be right over. Eve lived outside of town. I'd really have to step on it to pick her up and spend some time rehearsing the speech. I'd then get to the high school auditorium by 8. I got into the car, and I decided to take the canyon road through the hills where there wasn't any traffic. I could make better time that way. Now, wait just a second. Let me get my thoughts together. I got to get this part exactly right. You've got to see it just like it happened, or else it's all a waste of time. All right. I was on the canyon road that wound up through the steep hills, the wall of the mountain on one side of the road, and the deep canyon on the other. About 10 to 7, but already dark. Nobody on the road but me, so I stuck pretty close to the middle. And every turn, the scream of the tires. But I wasn't worried about that. 4 brand new tires, hardly a week old, and good brakes. I never take chances with things like that. Going about 50 miles an hour, maybe a little bit better. But I was all alone on the road, so what difference did it make? I was maybe 2/3 of the way up to the top, right where the road makes a wide curve. I remember I put a cigarette in my mouth, and I pushed the dashboard lighter in. heard the lighter click, and I started reaching for it. And then a pair of headlights blazing out of nowhere. And then a screeching horn, a car coming the other way. I felt my inside double up like a fist. I slammed my foot on the brake, swung the steering wheel to the right. I didn't feel anything hit, and I thought, oh, God, it's going to be okay. I jammed on the emergency. I jerked the door open. I looked back. The road was empty. I still heard the horn, though, but far away, and another sound, too, like a bunch of empty crates toppling over and over. And at first, it didn't register with me. For maybe half a second, I just stood there wondering what happened. Then I saw the reflection of the flame lighting up the whole canyon. I went to the side of the road and looked down. The car was about 500 feet below, burning. And the horn still blasting away, like the driver's body had fallen against it. I started down the canyon. It was almost straight down. I fell and I rolled and I came to my feet again. Why didn't that horn stop? Why didn't it stop? And then it did stop. And I realized that I had stopped too. What was I waiting for? To get my wind, that's all. I went down another few feet. And I stopped again, holding myself against the tree. Come on, Harry. Get going. No. What good would it do to get down there? I couldn't help whoever was in that car. It was too late. Nobody could help. But far down the road, I saw another pair of headlights starting the long climb. I went back to my car. I told myself I was going for help. I drove on to the top of the hill. There was a little gas station up there. They'd have a phone. I was almost there. An old fellow in white overalls was putting around the pumps. I started slowing down. My whole life was about to be smashed. I'd have to tell them the truth, and what good would it do? What about Eve? What about my kid brother Teddy? What's more important than a man's own family? I'd reached the gravel driveway, the gas station. The old guy heard me coming and started straightening up. Now, I swung back onto the highway and pushed the accelerator to the floor. I got to Eve's house a little before 7:30. It was funny. I thought I was okay until I reached for the door handle. And then my fingers seemed to go dead, and my heart started going a mile a minute.
Harry? Is that you?
That's me. Sorry I'm late, Eve.
Where in heaven's name have you been? Honestly, if you aren't the most aggravating... Harry Graham. What? Huh? Look at you. You look like you've been run through a threshing machine.
Yeah, I know. Let's go in and out. I'll clean up a little.
Well, what in the world happened?
I had a flat tire. I had to change it on the road.
Flat tire? Oh, fine. All right, wait right here. I'll get the whisk broom. Of all things to happen tonight.
All right. Happen. Lay off, will you?
Harry.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't just stand there. While I'm doing this, take your comb out and start combing your hair.
Took my comb out and turned toward the hall mirror. Funny. I didn't look any different than yesterday or the day before that. I was still Harry Graham. After he finished with me, we went back to the car. Get in.
I tell you what, you're so upset anyhow. Why don't you let me drive into town?
Okay, if you want to.
See, now, I turn left at the next block, don't I, for the Canyon Road?
Canyon Road?
Yes, we can save some time going that way.
No.
Huh?
No, I don't want to go to Canyon Road. I want you to go the regular way.
But we're going to be late.
Do what I tell you. I'll drive the car myself.
But, Harry, we always...
Do what I tell you, Eve.
All right. I'll have to bite my head off. What have you got against Canyon Road?
It's too dangerous at night.
Well, all I've got to say is that when they picked you for the safest driver of the year, Harry Graham, they really hit the jackpot.
We got to the high school auditorium just a couple of minutes late. But as it turned out, we weren't the only ones late. When we got to the main table, I saw that the chair next to mine was empty. Police Chief Blake, who was supposed to introduce me for my speech, hadn't showed up yet. Then when the dinner was ended, Chief Blake came through the door, and he looked awful. He went over to the chairman of the meeting and whispered something, pointing at me. And then he started for me, and I thought my heart would quit beating. I was looking for a way to escape, maybe when...
Hello, Harry.
Hello, Chief. Hello.
Folks, please. I'm sorry I'm so late. I've just come from Canyon Road. Another terrible accident. Car went over the canyon, 4 people killed and burned. We still haven't gotten them out of the wreckage. It looks like they were forced off the road. Another dirty hit-and-run case. My boys are up there now looking for traces of this other car. I don't have to tell you that we're going to keep on looking till we find out who it was. That's why I had one of my boys bring me back to town here to this meeting tonight. Because now it's even more important to let a fellow like our friend Harry Graham here know we appreciate his good work and wish to the saints there were more like him. Yes, after what I just saw on Canyon Road, I'm really proud of Harry Graham.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. James Cagney in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap, this show hits with the zing of a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. It gets me right between the optics.
Arnold, I've been doing a little research.
Yes?
The frigid facts on faulty driving should dispel the optical illusions of any automobile driver foolish enough to relax his vigilance for one single moment. Every 30 seconds, a man, woman, or child is injured on our streets or highways. This year, 32,300 people are doomed to death.
By Cornelius Hap, I never stopped to realize.
You know, Harlow, it takes 10 seconds and 336 feet to stop a car traveling at 60 miles an hour. That's why brains are more important than brakes. Why the man behind the wheel should beware of the speed at which he's driving. Why safe and sane are synonymous words to drivers who value their fellows' lives as well as their own.
In other words, Hap, just because Autolite resistor spark plugs give your car more pep, don't try to use all of it, eh?
Exactly, Harlow. But there's more. The Good Samaritan is the gracious guy or gal who not only knows and keeps the rules of the road, but also keeps his temper in his head when some bungling Benny gives him the road hog treatment.
Yes, Hap, it's sad but true that one right way to wrong driving is to always demand your highway rights. Be sure to be safe.
Right, Harlow. And now let's get back to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. James Cagney as Harry in No Escape, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I had to keep my eyes on the table. I couldn't even look at the chief as he stood there praising me. All I could see was that burning wreck at the foot of the cliff, and all I could hear was that awful horn blowing. I had to bite my lip to keep from screaming, I did it.
Harry. Harry.
What? Oh, what?
Open your peak, son. We'd like to hear a few words from you.
Look, Chief, folks, I don't think anybody wants to listen to me tonight. Please, let's forget it.
No, Harry? Now more than ever, we should hear what a fellow like you has to say.
Come on, Harry. Hey, listen.
Go on, Harry.
Oh, well, all right. I'm afraid I'm no great Shakespeare as a speech maker. Just a lucky thing my girl's a good English teacher. I don't believe we should honor a man for safe driving any more than we should honor him because he's never killed anyone with a gun. When a man gets behind the wheel of a car, he doesn't give up his responsibilities to his fellow men. No one can escape the responsibility of being his brother's keeper, and that goes for.
Harry, what's
Listen
wrong?
to me. How can I stand up here and read a speech after what Chief Blake just told us? No, can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I guess Harry's right after all, folks. I guess maybe we just better call the meeting off. I know I've got to get back to Canyon Road as soon as I can.
Come on, Eve. Come on. Let's get out of here.
All right, honey.
Oh, Harry.
Yeah, Chief.
You can do me a big favor.
Huh?
The fellow brought me down here. Had to beat it right back to the accident.
Oh, so?
I've got to get back there myself right away. Can you give me a lift?
Well, I sure like to, Chief, but, well, I've got to get Eve home.
Well, you could take me home by the way of Canyon Road. We've gone that way before, honey.
But,
I'd be much obliged to you,
Well,
Harry.
you see, Chief...
Harry.
Okay, let's go.
It's too bad the meeting had to end like this. But I have a hunch you feel like I do, Harry. Like you can't sit still till you find the rat who killed those people. Well, I promise you this, Harry. Whoever he is, we'll get him.
Yeah. wasn't that one for the book? Less than 2 hours after my accident with the other car going over into the canyon, I was back on Canyon Road. Only this time with Eve sitting behind me and the chief of police in back.
Harry, if you don't mind, could you step on it a little bit? I promise you I won't give you a ticket.
Okay, Chief.
Honey, push the lighter in, will you?
Lighter?
For my cigarette.
Oh, sure. This speed better, Chief?
Fine.
Harry hates this road. I wanted him to take it earlier tonight.
That's all right if you got good tires.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Had 4 brand new ones put on just last week. Oh, here's your light, Eve. Eve.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
Her voice didn't sound right. Then I remembered. When I picked her up tonight, I told her the reason I was so messed up was that I'd had to change a tire. She was thinking about that now. I knew she was, trying to figure out why I'd lied to her. Nobody said anything after that. When we reached the part of the road just before it made the big bend, I started slowing down. I hope I got you here quick enough, Chief.
Yeah, you did fine.
Is this where it was?
Yeah, just around this bend.
Yeah, that's right.
But how did...
Huh?
Nothing.
Again, I said the wrong thing. What was the matter with me? How was I supposed to know that accident was around the bend? I was cutting my own throat, but now I'd made the turn, and there was the red flag burning on the road, and a big crash truck at the edge of the canyon, and police cars blocking the highway.
Just pull over the side, Harry.
Okay.
Now they're coming down there, Fraser.
Hello, Chief. You ready to start bringing them up soon?
That's a walkie-talkie he's working with?
Yeah. Keeps contact with the men down the canyon. Say, Harry, why don't you come along with me and really see how we work here?
Oh, thanks, but I've got to get Yvonne home. The school teacher's got to get up early. Isn't that right, baby?
I don't mind waiting if you'd like to stay.
Huh?
Yes, come on, Harry.
How about...
I don't mind waiting, Harry.
Now it was me against all of them. Oh, I was sick about that car down there in the canyon, those 4 bodies inside. But, well, nothing could change that now. And I was fighting for my own life. And they wouldn't break me down. I stood with my foot on the bumper, and Chief Blake leaning against the fender of my car while his boys gave him their reports about the hit-and-run car. And it didn't bother me a bit.
Oh.
2 of them told about the plaster cast they'd made of a tire mark they found on the road. Does it help you any, Chief?
Not much, Harry. New tire. A lot of people have new tires. You, for instance.
Yeah. And I kicked my new front tire for them, kicked it hard. They brought over an old fellow in white overalls. The guy in the service station where I'd almost turned in to report the accident. The chief asked him if he thought the car I'd seen was a hit and run.
It must have been just about that time, you know. The way this fella skedoodled away for no reason at all. I don't know what kind of a car it was, though. A black sedan, I'd say.
Like this one, maybe?
Well, might be that. But there's too dark to be sure.
Well, first thing tomorrow, I'm going to get myself a green convertible. And everybody got a good laugh out of that, but I would have to be careful. Mustn't go too far. It was me against all of them, and I felt the kind of excitement a guy might get from walking a tightrope. Thinking back now, sure seems screwy, but that's how I felt. And maybe that is the worst thing that happened to a guy in my spot. The way it turns you into a wild animal against the world.
Chief Blake.
Hey, yeah, Charlie.
It was the fellow with the walkie-talkie over near the crash truck.
We're ready to start bringing up the bodies.
Okay. Come on, Harry. Let's go over.
Something flopped coldly in my stomach, and then lay still. This was the test. If they didn't break me down now, they could never do it, never in a million years. All the people who'd come up from the town started gathering around the crash truck. I wanted to run and never stop running. But I didn't move. And just then, the first body swung into view. And you could hear everyone in the crowd suck in his breath. And I bit down hard on my lip till I tasted blood. A brown blanket wrapped neatly around something, and then the bundle rested on the ground. And everyone seemed to edge away from it like it could hurt them. And the cable went down into the valley again. And then there was a second bundle. And then there was a third. And then a fourth. And over and over, like a drum beat, like a prayer, I told myself they wouldn't break me down. And then someone pushed forward from the crowd. Joe Mandel, the little tailor. He seemed shy and embarrassed, as though he had no business being here.
Chief Blake.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Joe.
My boy, Philip, he didn't come home for supper tonight, and
You want to look?
Well, you know how a woman is. Rose will feel better if I tell her, okay, I looked and it wasn't... Well, you know.
Oh, all right, Joe. Doesn't hurt none.
Thank you.
No. No. I'd better go back to my Rose.
Sorry, Joe. Wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you know who Phil was going to be with tonight?
His best friend was Mike Roebuck. They were always together. The Goldust twins, everybody called them.
Thanks, Joe.
Excuse me, Chief. I must go to Rose now.
Fraser!
Yes, Chief.
Get back to town. Go with the Roebucks. Don't tell them anything is wrong. Just see if Mike's home.
Okay. I couldn't take any more. I started back for the car. My legs felt like they weighed a ton. I heard a sudden movement in the crowd behind me.
Oh, no! Oh, my baby!
They wouldn't break me down. They wouldn't break me down. I opened the car door. And Eve was there. I'd almost forgotten her. And I was sure she knew the truth.
They brought up all four?
Yeah.
Harry.
I don't want to hear anything now. I'm taking you home.
Wait, Harry.
Listen, I'm telling you.
Kiss me, Harry.
What?
Hold me and kiss me. I'm such a stupid fool. Hold me.
All right. Now stop it.
Harry, if you knew what's been going through my mind.
Okay. Stop it.
Just a stupid fool. And then when I saw you come back to the car, the look on your face. Oh, Harry, how could I have ever thought...
No, all right. Now, we'll talk about it later.
I'll never talk about it again. Never, Harry.
So, it was all over with. I was going to be okay. God, I wasn't proud. I felt rotten and sick. And now that it was all over, the strength ran out of me like water running out of a glass. But what good would it have been to crucify myself? It wouldn't have changed anything. I wasn't a bad guy. It could have happened to anybody. And now I was going to be able to take care of my own. Eve and my kid brother Teddy. Was that a bad guy? A fellow who wanted to do right for his family? I started the car. I put in gear, and then looking at me through the windows was Chief Blake, signaling me to wait. I turned the key off. Well, whatever it was, I was very tired.
Come on out, Harry.
But I've got to get Eve home.
Come on out of the car.
But,
Harry, do like I tell you. Come with me.
What do you want?
Come with me. When you drove up here tonight, I didn't think it would end like this.
You know about it?
You, of all people, Harry.
Listen, you've got to believe me.
Shouldn't have happened to a fella like you.
You've got to hear my side.
Right here, Harry.
Huh? What do you...
Take a look at this fourth body.
Why should I?
Pull the blanket back, Harry.
Oh. No. Teddy. Teddy! That's it. The whole works. I don't care what you heard or read in the papers. That's the story, just like it happened. No bunk. And thinking back, I guess I kind of hit the nail on the head in that speech that I made that night. You know, that part about no man can ever escape the responsibility of being his brother's keeper.
Thank you, James Cagney, for a magnificent performance. Mr. Cagney will return in just a moment.
Well, Hap, after that performance of Jimmy Cagney's and your heartfelt expressions on the rights and wrongs of the driving man, it's hard to switch the conversation to Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Well, Harlow, I'm sure you'll find a way.
Yes, I think I'll just say, friends, switch to a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs just as quickly as you can swing into a service station. When you replace your narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, your car will idle smoother, give you better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually save you gas dollars. What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Switch to Autolite resistor spark plugs today. And remember, Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Mr. James Cagney.
It's always a pleasure to appear on Suspense, but I was especially pleased when Tony Leader asked me to do tonight's story. That's because I feel strongly about the kind of thing that happened to Harry Graham. I believe that any person who gets behind the wheel of a car assumes a great responsibility to himself, to his family, to his fellow men. That one moment of carelessness or recklessness or drunkenness can mean a lifetime of pain and misery for someone. And it might be you or me. Yes, when you're driving an automobile, we are our brother's keeper. Over the holiday season and all the time, drive carefully. Next week on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Herbert Marshall will appear in a story with a Christmas atmosphere. Another study in
Suspense.
James Cagney is now appearing in the photoplay of William Saroyan's prize stage hit, The Time of Your Life. Copies of tonight's suspense play, No Escape, by Larry Marcus, will be available for educational use by groups interested in highway safety. They may be obtained by writing Suspense, the Columbia Broadcasting System, Hollywood, California. Music was composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Ronald Coleman, Robert Montgomery, Dana Andrews, and Frank Sinatra. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Herbert Marshall.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. All right, Mr. Wilcox.
Autolite and CBS wish to thank the radio editors and columnists of America for electing Suspense as the best mystery show in the annual balloting conducted by Motion Picture Daily for the magazine Fame.
Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.